Welcome to session number 31 Tears of the Kingdom. We're here atop Bravery Island, which is above the Korok Forest. And the current scorecard is 67 shrines, 197 Koroks, and many adventures still to come. Welcome, and Mario. So, let's determine our next destination. We are completely out of gas when it comes to vehicle parts, which is a bit of a concern because I did want to fly off the top over there and explore above, but the issue is that we were previously using this conversation to teleport upstairs, and I think it gets you now straight into the glider race, and I don't know if there's a particular way to exit that. Because you do need to pay up one charge to be teleported up there. And I think it gets you straight into the dive. We can certainly test that. See if that's the case, whether that's escapable, because then we can see from that point on whether we are able to build a vehicle that can proceed. If not, we'll have to come back some other time. And of course, since we're here, we prefer not to do that. I think we'll try that. As a fallback, though, we'll need another plan to lose elevation, and I actually think it might be appealing at this point to make a run at Hyrule Castle, because we're able to do so, we're well positioned for it. And as far as further adventures go, at some point, we actually do want to head over to the west to continue exploring. And hopefully head over to the Rito stable. And possibly to the Forgotten Temple as well, if we can find it. Because that way, we'll be able to get some gear upgrades going. At long last. This cyclone over here, that looks like it's almost certainly the Rito problem. Currently the Lost Woods look inaccessible as well, but I kind of suspect that it's going to be some interaction that involves depths, So we're going to check this first. We'll pay up a charge. I think we can probably afford it. Just barely. Just take a look. Yeah, we got 4 of the small charges, which is not great. But if we pay up one of those, we can teleport up and we'll see if from that point on we're allowed to just change course and depart over here right away. Again, we're pretty resource limited at this point. Indeed, if we tag these, we can see what distances we're dealing with. Yeah, we probably need 2 flights at it. I just don't think I have the materials to do it, to be quite honest. But that is tremendous elevation again to get up there, obviously. So, we may have to come back to this area at some point. This is actually not that far distance-wise. So if we still have materials for something like the hopper drone, that would have been ideal, but I don't think we do. Anyway, let's pay up a charge and let's see what happens. If he's willing to teleport me. I think it gets you right to the platform, but we'll see. I mean, worst case scenario, we'll do the dive, we'll get some kind of additional reward. Yeah, I kind of suspect he won't let me depart. On the other hand, yeah, because he might warp me out after I take too long on this, I suspect. On the other hand, we are... And because I kind of don't want to lose access to vehicle parts as well. That's a pretty prominent platform. That is the one we're aiming for. Another archipelago beyond that. Let's try to do something cheap here. Let's just try to create maybe one single fan plane. Let's see if we can do it. Like a single fan plane with a rocket or something. Or even just a single glider with a rocket. And see if we can just ride it down over that distance. If we can do it without propulsion. We might be able to. Let's auto-build it. Since there's a bit of an elevation loss there anyway. And then, whoops, did we lose a part? Don't tell me we displaced a rocket. Yeah, I think I lost one of my rocket pieces. Hang on. Did I deflect my rocket all the way down? Okay, that's unfortunate. Let's pull another one out. There we go. Yeah, the rocket just fell right off the cliff when I was trying to assemble it. Let's leave the island entirely. Oh, he doesn't let me, okay. And I guess we wasted a part, but that's okay, it's a learning experience. Let's do it anyway to see if we just do the dive and see what the additional reward is. Okay, so yeah, you're not allowed to leave. Unfortunately, so that was the part. It's just gone. Maneuverability is quite nice from our gear piece. Not quite the record, but it's over 25, or rather under 25, which is top category what we're going for. And probably not worth the trade to get over to the pot, so yeah, we'll pass. We never used the cook pots anyway. And yeah, it's too bad we lost parts. And I think what we'll do from here then is we will attempt to make a dive down to Hyrule Castle. Again, it might be one that we might be able to do with a wing plus a propeller. Maybe even just one propeller, depending on the wing expiry, of course. Yeah, because distance-wise, what are we looking at? Not that bad. We can aim for the shrine that is at the back of that. Now, for a descent like that, I don't know if we necessarily need a control stick since we would just be descending. Maybe we just go, you know, single fan with it. Might not even need to rocket for the initial thrust, but we'll go with it. We'll try not to lose everything here. It's enough of a straight descent that I think I will hopefully just use one fan and be done with it, but you never quite know. Yeah, with that kind of elevation change, maybe I feel a little bit more comfortable with the control stick, but again, it's always a bit of a tough call. I think we'll do it with a rocket launch just in case. I don't like spending so many rockets, but saves me the trouble of trying to set up a whole recall launch and drop, so. And hopefully we can do it with a control stick with some accuracy. And also not lose durability on the wing on the way down. rocket angle's not quite right. Let's fix it. There we go. Okay, we'll just ride it down if we can. We probably didn't even need the propeller, but we'll be aiming for the shrine that is at the back of the castle. There is one that we are aware of. We'll see if we can land there. Maybe somewhat accurately. This descent might even not be very steep enough. Yeah, we're actually way above the shrine. So I even have to get on top of the castle and work our way down, which is fine by me. Maybe easier to do it that way than the reverse. It looks pretty gloomy, though. Anyway, first time in Hyrule Castle, we'll crash this. And I'm going to keep the plane. Ideally we would, because it would still be useful, but let's take a look at where we once were. Yeah, again, looks pretty gloomy. We don't want to drop into the pit unless we have a clear plan, I think. Unless we suddenly trigger a boss fight or something, but let's try to climb all the way up to the summit to see if it's still potentially something like a Korok spot. We'll see how we do. Yeah, we probably could have done a descent with the propeller, but we don't gauge distances very well sometimes, so we'll just go with this and see what happens. No intention of finish the game or anything, obviously. We have lots left to do. But at the very least, I want to go to the shrine that is located here, and oh, nope. Can't quite climb this. Maybe over this slightly more gentle ledge. Over to the left. I'd have some trouble getting back down, though. Yeah, this might be a bit of a problem, but no, it's okay. We can get up. We can almost certainly get back down. Oh. Alright, we might not be able to risk it just yet. Hang on. I want either a better incline here or a vehicle. Let's come up and see if there's a better way up. If we... Let's go around and inspect this shape that we're working with here. I think the spire is going to be pretty much the same. No matter which side we're taking, it might be easier to ascend from the inside, actually. If we're able to do it. There probably is something up top. It's a rather obvious Korok location in a previous game. If you get here, right before the final boss. Try it. Don't want to drop in here just yet, like I was saying. If we took hover stones or something, we probably could get right up to the spire, but yeah, we can check that. I don't want to drop in, obviously. We can check a couple of locations here since the castle is in pretty rough shape anyway. And we'll just try to explore this. The wing is still available down below. It looked like it was still in decent shape for at least a slightly extended flight. We choose, but the priority will be to go to the shrine anyway, which would lose the vehicle, so... If we can find Zelda's office again, that would be great. It's one of the adjoining towers. It's pretty close to the top level from what I recall. Her old study before she moved out. Whoops. small bird. This is actually pretty close to the right place. Again, one of the many places in this game that feels quite different with no guardians in sight. And you got a lot of royal weapons that might be here for the purposes of people dropping immediately. This looks suspiciously open, but also too much of a drop for me at the moment, so let's just loot the area and see what we find. A broadsword, so we absolutely don't have room for. A lot of royal weapons available, in fact. Suspiciously so. Yeah, the corridor's down there. Let's try to explore as much as we can. This is where we came in. Yeah, it is. Just to get ourselves oriented, I believe it was at the southern tip here that the shrine was located, and so let's just wrap around this level first. We'll go down further in case anything interesting presents itself on the way downstairs. Yeah, we'll probably want to descend below the central hub. Again, it would have been nice to find a way all the way up to the summit. We could do it, but we didn't have a good way to get around that ledge. Probably need a vehicle to do it. Or at least another ascension point to go ledge to ledge. We should try it. It's not much of a ledge to work with, but it has some potential. We don't take too much fall damage on the way down. Yeah, let's send back up and try it. It's too curious to just leave alone. Particularly, we just go ascend through here, for instance. See if we can get it anywhere. Power stones might work, balloons might work. They're located a bit too low to really check it though. Oh, there we go. That I think just gets you outside. So we've climbed already, but oh no, it actually gets you right up to the bell tower. Excellent. And there's a straight drop down below. Let's see what this is. There's a half fire. Excellent. We'll take it. Can we ring the bell? We can grab the bell. So I can ring the bell, and that is a Korok. Okay, given how close by it is, I'm guessing maybe nothing else in the top level, but we'll try it. More spears we don't need. But I guess that gives you a sense of what weapons to expect of you. Do some kind of run to Hyrule Castle first, the way that we would have considered in the first game. Anyway, trying to inspect the view a little bit here to see what we're working with. Just getting a lay of the land quickly. Yeah, that's on the eastern side with Laneru, I think. Or, oh no, that's the other way. That's Mount Laneru that way. That's Death Mountain that way. Okay, that's east. South. And yeah, that would be Yeah, Hebrew Mountains that way. Okay. Just getting oriented here, so we... What to look for... That seems like a landing point down there as well. Let's just try to check the top level first, and we'll see if we can continue. Looks like we can't quite do it. Okay, let's check it. Just in case this is something. I mean, we're obviously going to try it, so... Look at that bow just kind of tucked in here. Dusk bow. Forcefully fires long-range arrows. Interesting. It's basically Zelda's bow. Said to have been used by a princess who fought beasts of twilight. Yeah, that's interesting. It would basically be the one that Zelda assists you with in the Twilight Princess fight, implicitly. Let's actually loot it. Let's drop something for it. It is long range. It'd even be a good idea to drop the existing Gerudo bow for it, given that this is about to break, but because we probably want to keep the other bows for the time being. Yeah, this one has been on its last legs for a while, so let's drop this and go Dusk Bow instead. It's only 30, but you know, it's kind of nice, and it's one that we might even keep for a museum or something. Once we actually go back to set that up. Yeah, Netcat, hope you're doing well. Got off to a bit of a late start today. But we are here. And we're going to check the top of the spire if we can. What little stamina remains. We'll hopefully not take fall damage out of that afterwards. Nice view though. Yeah, it is a Korok, as expected. Can I gently sit myself down for a moment, though? Nope, no, that's not gentle. Okay, nice save. Barely saved that. Good dive. Let's maybe eat up. Once we're closer to the top. Better take a selfie at the top. Well, I don't have a camera, you see. I don't have the camera on my device yet, because that would require me to actually do some of the tutorial zone, which we've been formerly accidentally, but now just kind of strategically missing. Obviously, if we did take a death here, likely as not we would lose the Dusk Bow. So let's not take a fall damage death, so we can avoid it. And yeah, I'll eat up. Get our hearts back so we can actually ascend here properly. But it is going to be a Korok at the top. We did see the glimmer already. Get a particularly nice view out of that. And so we managed to do it. With plenty of stamina to spare when we're not just being totally reckless. Should tuck myself in where I'd be able to stand in a stable location, in fact, but James D, welcome. And James D, this is probably a very recognizable location. And yeah, this one's still hanging around, just like last time. We can get within range. There we go. Now, because it is a Korok, it should autosave after obtaining it. We should probably eat some food on the way down. What if foreboding music is something nearby? Well, you see, look at everything here. Gestures wildly at everything surrounding us. It is, of course, also directly reminiscent of the Hyrule Castle music in the last game. Also, this doesn't let me go down. I'm at the top here and I can't actually slide down. We better eat up before we take a death right away. Unless I have a fairy or something. I don't think I do. I spent them all. Might be a good time to use one of the full heart replenishments at this point. But we're not going to do that. We're going to go... yeah, one of these and one of these. Get full health and probably lose a whole chunk of it from a bad fall. Oh no, we can just slide back down. There we go. Gently. Yeah, we'll be going for the shrine at the back, so we can save that location, but obviously lots more to explore here. Now, how can I get back down from here? Nope, not like that. Okay. Do an emergency dive there, just to get out of the way, and we'll have more of those by the looks of it. Unless I can find a slightly gentle way down. It will just let me have a climb down prompt. That would be nice. There we go. There's a staircase coming out of that. A ladder, rather. A residual ladder from the last game. If we can find it. Was that this level, or was it at another one? There's a ladder. Let's see if we can get out of it safely. Without just falling into the pit below. That seems like a bit of a risky proposition here without a glider to set me down. Whoa, no, that was not what I wanted. Okay. There we go. Luckily, we did have the health to take it, somewhat. Anyway, we're back at a more manageable location, so... and we got a nice bow for our trouble. Bettered by the royal bow, I'm sure, but... we can always trade the current one for something pristine, and just see how it compares. It had no real effect on it. Whereas, what was this one? It wasn't... was it quick shot, or... what was it? Quick shot? Yeah, we'll keep the quick shot. Durability isn't going to matter too much, just given how quickly we're eating through these bows, but... yeah, I wish we had built the bow room in Twilight Princess. Not in Twilight Princess, in Tarry Town now, because then I could keep the Twilight Princess bow that we see here as a souvenir. But anyway, notice that this is still here. That we've been within range of it all this time. I might have been strategically trying to take it with me. And, yeah, we'll work our way down to the shrine anyway, so... all the raw weapons that are worse than what I already have. We'll just explore this level by level, as we've already seen and looked at, but perhaps we go down this staircase. We'll see something interesting. We'll see lots of gloom, actually. The Sanctum. Location of the final boss fight in the previous game. Let's be careful here with the gloominess, so we don't take too much gloom damage. I think we can probably enter from the lower level. I think this is where you trigger the final boss in a previous game, and then it sends you all the way down for phase 2, if I recall. Oh, I think we checked this already. James D, you haven't been here yet? Okay. Well, new material. Yeah, we came in here. Let's try to go down another level just so we can enter bottom area properly if we can, instead of going down the interior stairs. We'll explore a bit more. This is very gloopy. Pretty sure we missed Zelda's old study at some point. Unless it's this protrusion over here. I think it might be, actually. But I don't quite recall the old layout well enough to remember which tower is which, especially because we don't have context to all the guardians hanging about anymore. But we shall see. Obviously, it would have been interesting to check the lower level of Sanctum to see if it's just a straight drop or if there was something else going on, but I think we might just have access to it here. Oh, we got goblins. I can probably snipe it. I can snipe both of them. But we need to jump down. And yeah, this is actually water down below, I think, but we'll be careful. Right, because that's the Sanctum entrance, so there, okay. We'll be careful, I don't want to get chances. Depending on how shallow the water landing is. So here's the final boss room from Breath of the Wild. Let's see if it gives me any kind of discovery experience for... Oh, nothing. Don't trigger anything, actually. But this is the throne room. This has been blocked in. I actually don't remember the boss sequence in Breath of the Wild that well because it's something that you do. And it's just a blip in the experience almost. You know, you play for a few hundred hours or what have you, you do the final boss and you play for a few hundred more and then... it's just one minor note among many. Yeah, it looks like there isn't much to do here, in fact. At least not yet. I guess this was just a hard drop down below. Doesn't even continue past this point. But we can look around just to see. Maybe there's anything hidden. Royal Guard's Claymore. Yeah, okay, so it is the Royal Guard grade weapon. The fragile weapons that you see if you go directly to the castle in the first game. An essential part of the Straight to Ganon experience back in Breath of the Wild. But we have no room in the bag, so let's move on. And just register the weapons as discovered. Same with this bow here, which... High rate of fire and firepower, but low durability. Yeah, I would prefer durability at this point, I think. Although, you know, this royal bow's been put through its paces, maybe we can afford to retire it. But let's see, because it might have an interesting effect attached to it. It doesn't. High rate of fire and firepower. Yeah, sure, let's keep it. Why not? It could be fun. We know how to get more royal bows at this page. More arrows, very nice. We'll be somewhat thorough. This is just the bottom of the staircase that we had checked previously. Yeah. And, oh, treasure, excellent. More money, we'll take it. little minor chests here and there that give me loot that doesn't crash against my inventory limit, which is probably the best kind of loot. And we'll see if there's anything else to interact with here before we head down further. More weapons to discover. World Guard shield. Yeah, low durability on the 70. I feel like we're already looting shields that are better than that are in the high 60s, so we'll skip it. But nice to register that as discovered. Alright, let's just keep going. We'll just explore more of the structure if we can. Kind of emptied out relative to the last game, although there were a couple of the blue goblin station here that we'll try to snipe off quickly if we encounter them. Interesting little pool over there, that might be worth checking. We'll want to check Zelda's study though if we can find it. It's in one of the adjoining towers, I believe. Maybe even that one. Yeah, a couple of goblins over here. I don't know, because the layout, of course, has changed pretty dramatically. Zelda was probably a little bit sick of her whole room herself after 100 years just standing here at the castle, holding up a shield, biding her time. Okay, hopefully we'll get some arrows off these guys. These are sentries. I think I probably dropped all that into the abyss. Oh, we got 5 arrows. Okay, so we got +1 arrows. We're out of trouble after missing like crazy. Yeah, we'll just try to go level by level and work our way down. Generally avoid the gloom until we have some reason not to. In here, done that. What was that tower? This is that tower. Let's check it. I remember with the photo quest in the first game, taking a long time to find the appropriate vantage point for the tower shot. Whoa. Yeah, wasn't expected. Here we go. This is Princess Zelda's study. Let's loot it. World digs. Another sword that we don't have room for. A silent princess flower all over the place for her. Guard's bow. Is the little robot from Age of Calamity here? Probably not, but it's worth checking because it had a very prominent role in this study. In the alternate timeline in that game. Well, we've been here. No diary to speak of. I mean, I think she hasn't really worked here in some time, given that she had relocated her research. But we're checking, and now we know. Now, I wasn't given an ascension point there, but I wonder if we can nevertheless go up. just to see if there's anything on top of this, because it is a comparatively remote location. We better eat up to just fill up on food, unless, of course, we make it to the shrine quickly and do it that way instead. Yeah, we're still pretty elevated with the castle town and whatever else has been built there. So anyway, let's have a gentle climb up just in case there is something on top of this spire, which, given its prominence as a location, may very well be the case. From that point on, it seems like we have some sleeping enemies down there, as far as I can tell. There's a Korok on top. It's only going to reveal itself with a glimmer once we get in close enough, so. And of course we'll have to go through trouble of trying to get back down, so. Oh, maybe don't crouch here. Do I have to crouch here? It's forcing me. Let's go climb down and try to change my position here. Yeah, so it forces me into a crouch when we try to get up here. And I don't actually get to continue. Whoop, hang on. Wow, that was dangerous. Let's heal up. Just in case. Yeah, I hope I can actually continue past that point, but it seems to force me into a crouch, and we'll get back up there and try it. Took even longer to get to the castle in this game than last time. Also, from this vantage point, I see some geoglyphs that I think I actually haven't touched yet. Multiple, in fact. I see a couple of different locations that are worthwhile, a couple of shrines further afield. Yeah, it does force me into the crouch, so let's see. Can't actually... Oh, there we go. Stand up. There we go. And now, yep, as expected. Glad we didn't give up on that one. As expected. And yeah, so we see a couple of geoglyph locations already with neighboring shrines. That'll be worthwhile. If we can get a good vantage point to use the scope without falling everywhere, which is sometimes the issue with using this scope. I just tend to slip when I'm in first person. Because being in first person is always such an unfamiliar experience, which is maybe an odd thing to say, but, you know. Shrine and stable. I feel like we haven't been there yet. Oh, interesting. That, yeah, this qualifies a dungeon, which is why... Because of that, my vehicle didn't despawn, I guess. Okay. I didn't realize this was going to have a dungeon map. No, it makes sense because of the way that Hyrule Castle worked in the first game as well, except that time they gave you the 3D map. Of course, they didn't have multi-level dungeon maps in the classic style in the first game, I believe. But it does mean we started with what was effectively the first floor, and we're maybe heading down to lower levels that are marked as basements, I suppose. Let's switch to the world map first. Yeah. Yeah, so the shrine was back here. So we look at a dungeon map. Yeah, this location. There's going to be a little bit of interconnectivity where you go down and back up. You know, this will be interesting. Explore this space. And yeah, this over here that we marked That's going to be a shrine for that region, and it's going to be close to the geoglyph. I bet that might even be the North Seren stable that is where Impa is located, and where we'll strategically not talk to her. Because it would make sense to have that next to a geoglyph when the quest is trying to point you towards the geoglyph. So, anyway, let's mark it. You know, there's the geoglyph. It's going to be right there. Yeah, because you see you've got a stable over there, and then more shrines. Will we mark this one? I guess not. Yeah, because it's pretty clear what the tutorial path is, in fact. Where it says, okay, you drop in, you're supposed to hit some shrines, go to Lookout Landing, which we know faces the castle. And then the game would direct you over here. You would have the North Seren stable, you would have Impa, you would have what was supposed to be one of your first geoglyphs. And then it would gradually direct you over to the Rito village over here. And yeah, Netcat, remember, if you're asking Clara for current information, Clara was trained on data up to 2021, I think. That's why it's still talking about Ubisoft releases from some time ago. Well, there's no accounting for taste. Anyway, let's continue scanning around for more geoglyphs here if we can. Guys, we see a shrine down here. I feel like that's been marked already, but yeah, that's actually a tower location that's almost certainly around the area where Lookout Landing is supposed to be. Well, I mean, this is the old Hyrule Castle town, right? So it's got to be somewhere close by. But anyway, there was a shrine back here. That's way in an open field. That's also one that was seen before. Okay. But notably, there was a geoglyph back there. Have we seen this one? I think we have, actually. That's the one that's got one of the depths entrances that we still have to explore at some point. Which I should mark with a better icon than this. I don't remember what we've been using these icons for here in the overworld. I think I had been using them for geoglyphs, in fact. Or ascension points. Or sky towers and such. Yeah, the thing is, I have a bit of a confusing and mutually contradictory icon scheme at this point that I really do need to clean up. Because my map markers are starting to get in each other's way. Rely a bit on memory in some places, which is not ideal. But yeah, I was seeing that geoglyph already, so that's not the one we're looking for. Let's continue to take a look, though, since we're here and we have such a great vantage point. Look at that. Yeah, you can see this one. Great view, in fact. Whoops. Because weren't we using something like this for geoglyphs previously? Yeah, we were. Which doesn't explain why I used it for this one here. I don't even remember what this location is. Apart from the combat shrine. Yeah, because we had marked ascension points because I used to believe that geoglyphs were actually just ascension points. That were recommended for balloons and the like. And of course that didn't turn out to be the case once we found out how to actually activate the cutscenes. You know, Netcat, apparently, I've actually not played the Far Cry series apart from a bit of the tutorial area in Far Cry 5 on a free demo once. I understand that Far Cry 2 was actually a huge influence on the development of Breath of the Wild, and that it was, along with Skyrim, one of the officially cited Western reference points for what the Zelda team was attempting to do. Yeah, this goes straight up to the Cyclone Zone. Which way am I facing for this, actually? Yeah, that's almost certainly the Rito problem that you'll eventually have to deal with. You figure out what's going on in the village. Anyway, anything else we want to survey over here? Let's... well, we have the chance. Yeah, we have a better view here at daybreak, as you can see. I'm almost certain facing into the castle here, this is where the whole lookout landing area is supposed to be, the whole staging point. The tower and everything. But we haven't been there, so we don't know. Desert's all the way back there. We got a couple of prominent locations. Just checking for other things like shrines or towers we can ping. We located a couple of regional geoglyphs. Probably face the other way to see if we can find more. Yeah, these platforms over here look pretty low and accessible. Probably some kind of sky dungeon that you'll eventually have to go up to. Over here, that looks like it's a fairly elaborate location that has some promise. Anyway, yeah, let's wrap around and go to the other side. If we can actually drop. There we go. But yeah, Netcat, I'm not much of a first-person player to begin with. When it comes to shooters and such, so... And the thing about Ubisoft... as I discovered when I tried the demo for Immortals Phoenix Rising, which was a game that was apparently very Breath of the Wild inspired, that a lot of their open world designs just have a completely different attitude towards density, map markers, etc. that I find completely overbearing. Oh, I tried a little bit of Assassin's Creed Odyssey as well, actually. I basically had a little bit of demo time on a whole bunch of these games, and you know, you can on one hand see why they're a very popular entry point for a lot of people, but at the same time there's just something about the world and objective design where, you know, it's kind of way too excessively guided in a way that conflicts with the openness. So I'm not clicked with any of that. The only Ubisoft series I've ever actually really clicked with was Rayman. In fact, I really enjoyed the Rayman games. And it's actually the Rayman team from Ubisoft Montpellier that is doing the new 2D Prince of Persia that was announced this week, which I'll definitely keep an eye on because, you know, I always love to see more of that mid-range 2D side-scroller design from studios with more resources than your average indie team. It's kind of an underserved market where, yeah, we're going to be down in B2 over here. We got a couple of enemies that we don't want to deal with yet. There's an ice like down there. There's Zalphos over here. I feel like we'll just get out of view. And I guess we'll just start down below, and we know that B2 is where you get the passage that gets back up to the shrine, so... but we've missed a lot along the way. Kind of nice to not constantly just deal with Guardians here, though. Yeah, we'll switch hats along the way just to manipulate the enemy AI, since we have so many of the monster hats at this point. For example, we see the Horriblins dangling over there, which means... oh, many of them, actually. Quite a few of them. It's a cluster. But we could just do bomb arrows or something against them, and that might be fun. Notice that rain now is going to disrupt my ability to climb, so... So somebody's down there. Let's grab some more of this. Soldier's bow, not what we're looking for. But yeah, that horrible cluster might be interesting. Let's pick a fight with that when we can. Oh, there's a bomb location here that probably gets you inside the castle. Let's... also, yeah, okay, it's a like. Let's... do that. See these torches here as well. You can probably light those up. Give him some fire. I actually kind of want to try that, but we'll let this guy try to pelt me first. And... come on. Go for it. Then... soldier 4 blade, yeah, we'll just take it. Smack him. Treasure chest, should be. Let's see what this is. And Robo durability. With durability, I think I'll actually take that over to Royal Guard's bow. I got so few slots that durability is generally going to be a good thing. Let's try to light this up. Let's just go fire fruit, probably. See if we can light this. Light them both. You never know. Oh, guess not. Okay. What was that whole horrible cluster just now? That's okay. We'll worry about it later. Oh, also we totally didn't go through the top of the tower. And yeah, well, there's a dungeon map. This looks like it's... whoop. Still going to be basically open world play with Koroks to collect and everything, just like in the first game. Yeah, I always thought Hyrule Castle in the first game was a pretty interesting template for how really elaborate dungeon design could work with Breath of the Wild's open principles, with, you know, contiguous indoor and outdoor spaces, mainly, and also... Riju, where are you? Come on, Riju, get over here. And also just, you know, being able to climb it, which was not the case with most of the Divine Beasts. And in this game, you can see they really, for the dungeon design, elaborated upon that. Oh, okay, just weapons. Not that interesting. Yeah, less to do in the castle here, but that's because it's clearly just a bit of an explorable space that overlays other layers below. And we'll see how that turns out. So yeah, you can probably just, you know, walk through this just fine without fighting them. Everybody's gonna cluster around me though. Watch this, we'll just walk. See? Nobody cares. Do they? Yeah, they're not gonna attack me. Let's walk through it. I know we can loot them like crazy, but let's grab the save point first. Yeah, that's meant to be like this big combat challenge as you make your way up to the shrine, and we obviously didn't play it like that. Let's mark the location first, just to do it. Now, getting to the shrine will despawn my vehicle. That's okay, because we're so far away at this point, I think we'll lose it. You see, I'm looking at the name of the shrine, and my natural inclination is to try to anagram it. But there probably is something in there, but We'll not see it right this moment. How am I doing for health? Yeah, if we just do it... Because having obtained a shrine point, we can always reload into this if we lose a big fight, but I kind of feel like we will be able to take those guys, maybe. And loot them like crazy. Let's see. Let's check this location too. Yeah, because of course there's the Stalnox prison in the first game as well. That might be worth a look if we can find it. It's not here though. This is just deep in the castle. Oh, the King's Study and everything. I wonder if the King's Study is still accessible actually. It should be. You see the secret doors and everything. Look at his words to try over here. This is the King's Study, right? Here we go. See, I still remember some things about this place. Royal Guard boots, excellent. Look at that. Recently reproduced and made available. Wonder if we can get all the pieces in here. I know we can. If we are thorough enough. We generally have better options for boots. They give you mobility buffs and such, but... Broadsword. I mean, the king hasn't been here in some time, so... The castle in general feels like it was never really properly restored after the first game. Yeah, we won't forget to do the shrine, obviously. I just want to mess around a bit first. In case we find anything interesting, like lots more arrows, which is nice. Yeah, I bet we can whack this stuff with the Talus Hammer. Let's just do it. Okay, not that good. Wasn't it one of these locations originally that also had the cookbook? One of the stands here in the library. Oh, this is something. I kind of remember this place too. But not really. Shard of Dinral's Spike. Oh, I don't think that was actually one of the ones that you could get in the previous one, where you shoot off the various dragon parts, claws, etc. You can use that as a flame weapon. Because you could loot some of the dragon scales or other dragon parts, like dragon horns, I think, in the castle previously, if you didn't shoot them off manually. But I did think the spike was one of the lootable parts in the first game, if I recall. But that to give you elemental effects this time around is kind of a nice touch. Pots everywhere. We're not going to have the patience to smash all of them. But Royal Guard shield. Yeah, the Royal Guard weapons are just poor enough in durability that yeah, probably not the options we want. Not that we've been eating through shields anyway, given my playstyle. And we haven't really been shielding into things for flurry rush counters, what have you. Check all the doors, all the shelves. We had... What is that playing? Let's see it. Nothing. And yeah, that just gets us back to where we came from. Because didn't this room originally connect to the docks passage or something? We came in from below. And of course, you know, now that the castle has been lifted way up into the air, that won't really be the case, depending on just how much of it got sliced open, but... Can we run through the gloom? I bet we could just run through the gloom. It's sunny out, we can do it. We'll get the heart back. Yeah, a bit of a wreck, this place. And isn't this the corridor that gets you over to the dining hall and such? I bet it's moblins or something up ahead. Let's off those. Let's switch. So we can just stare him right in the face and poke him. Yeah, let's go with Blade. Hello, welcome. Not really worth it. We'll get the black tail, I guess, which is nice at the expense of some durability. Yeah, we will get back up to the shrine. We know the way back, as long as we don't get too trapped with anything here. More Lizalfos, yeah. Just smack them around. Don't look at me, I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Waterfall for a waterfall ascent from down below. We obviously won't take that because of the issues that we have in ascending. Because we don't want to drop. But I guess that might be an option for people who are trying to approach Hyrule Castle from down below. This southern part here. Yeah, because this is a drop, like straight out the bottom of the castle. If we take a look at a world map, it looks like if you approach from ground level, maybe that's actually possible given, you know, these various features here that we haven't actually seen yet. So, I guess this was one of the other alternative entry points from down below if we're coming here without the vehicle. So. Well, that does it for this passage. I don't know if there was any kind of alternative branch that we wanted to take a look at here. Play more. Then, yeah, we'll just run her to Bloom again. Not a big deal. And check the lower level too. Yeah, things are generally kind of blocked off, so... Maybe here another Lizalfos up there, and we have a quick autosave. Also, that location can be exited. But yeah, we'll do the zone transition here, and then we'll go back to this location. Obviously, at any point we can ascend through the roof as well. Yeah, because the lower levels of Hyrule Castle seem to have been carved off, I'm guessing no access to things like the former Stalnox prison. Rather. We'll switch back to Horrible Mask. We can. Yeah, these guys are all clustered together. I bet we could take them. Just drop them. Especially get Rishu and maybe like a bomb arrow or something. We can take them one at a time, and hopefully it doesn't pull all the others. This guy doesn't suspect a thing. Not even with my pointing an arrow in his face. There we go, quick. And easy. Okay, now we've started pulling. Look at that. Not so friendly now, are we? Yeah, we know where to get more weapons around here, so... And this guy is back to not suspecting a thing, so... Yeah, these ones are just the standard ones, which is why they're so weak. But, let's see here. And we know where to get many more weapons around here, so... Not really remotely concerned about beating some of these up. Just be a little bit campy about this. Also, our arrow stocks are so much better than they were before now. Really collecting so many monster mess has fundamentally changed the character of how we're playing this run. Yeah, when you snipe them off the ceiling, things are rather different. Well, that was altogether not too bad. Sturdy thick stick, might as well just pick it up until we get a better one. Can always have some more mid-grade weapons here for regular functions like mining. There was the Moblin group at the other side as well that you might want to take a look at. They're beyond a gloom though, so I think we'll just do the shrine first and proceed from there. Seems like the shrine was kind of meant to be our destination point to begin with, but we'll see what kind of challenge awaits. Yeah, it's nice to come here and loot so many arrows off the various battlements. Because now I'm feeling much better equipped for a follow-up in Adepts. You know, just grabbing bundles of 5 or 10 everywhere. And playing very cost efficiently is quite nice. The way up, and hopefully it doesn't require a glider. But I guess we're going to find out. Yeah, it's one of these that will possibly project a little bit. Way up, but that looks like a recall, actually. That come up here. Go up. We hang on. Here. Actually, no, you can just ascend through here. Don't even need to be that fancy. Can you fit this piece through the door? About to find out. So obviously, the more pieces we have available, the more likely it is that we could do some kind of optional objective. And indeed, it will fit. Wonderful. Let's not squander it. Now, next piece. We'll be heading up this way and through that door. That seems easy enough. Let's see what the challenge is here. Probably just to stabilize this? I don't know. What? Diagonal? Work with me. Yeah, just to stabilize it. That's fine. We can do it. We don't even need to do that, actually. We just... create a ramp. And hold it. Oops. Would have been neat snake behavior if they included a Breath of the Wild shrine that you had to solve differently with your new powers, yeah. I mean, you kind of get a lot of that in the overworld already. In some ways, but I absolutely get what you mean. You know, something that was formerly very stasis or cryonis dependent, for instance. Can we actually swap this in? Will it fit? Might not fit. What do we put on a diagonal? How will it fit? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Oh, now we can't actually climb this. That's okay. Ascent will work just fine. We'll stuff this panel through if we can. I think it won't actually fit. Oh, maybe it will. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Probably can't take the long piece through, but take the short pieces through and mess with them that way. Yeah, the long one's not going to fit here, but... yeah, I don't think there's a way to get the long one through. Even though we could reach it. You haven't seen all the shrines, so who knows? Yeah. I mean, there are definitely a lot of things in the overworld that kind of take advantage of that line of thinking. We haven't seen the optional chest, but I'm sure it has to have these spikes here. Optional chest this way. In fact, a gentle incline up to that ramp will do it just fine, I'm pretty sure. So let's just do it. Just make a nice long plank. Or even use recall to do it. As we just prop this up, we might be fine. Make a bridge. And we'll see how it looks. What is on Link's head? This is just the horrible mask. They have big noses. I'm sure they won't consider it too offensive a caricature of their species. Oops. Come on. I have to mess with this. Rotation inertia, as usual, as things take too long to wrap around to the location I want. There we go. Then we ascend through these. Nice and easy. That's the chest. We probably won't have room for whatever this is, but let's take a look. Nice nose job, exactly. Magic rod. We don't really tend to use these. I saw off my gems, so now we know. Curiosity satisfied. I don't know if a rod class of weapon is necessarily that beneficial anyway, relative to just attaching elemental gems to things like swords. Maybe it benefits somehow, but if it does, we can't really tell. Anyway, we don't even need to do it this way. Let's take this panel, break it off. Let's park here for a moment while we... Oh, maybe we need a long panel. That's okay. No, we'll take this. Watch this. Watch what? Watch this. We're gonna park it over here. Wait a few seconds. For stability's sake. Drop it down here. Recall. And take it through this way. Much easier to execute now that we're used to it. That's another set of 4 complete. Let's continue playing in the castle. We did loot one of the Royal Guard pieces. I feel like we should explore a bit further until we've seen the whole layout in case there is more to discover. So, yeah, we can remove this at this point. We don't really have an exit strategy, but yeah, I guess we've got moblins over there. We'll just switch to the moblin mask and go around them and fight them if we want, but, you know, at least we just make our lives easier. Let's take a look at the map here and see what we've done. We have seen pretty much everything up top, I think. We've seen... yeah, the platform. Did we actually see that platform? I thought that was where the goblin fight was. Maybe I misremember. I actually liked the 3D map from the first game a lot. As confusing as those things can be to navigate. It was the kind of rotatable 3D model map that was originally popularized by Metroid Prime, but has also appeared in some other games. I remember Jedi Fallen Order using a system like that, where, you know, it's always tricky to rotate your way through maps like that, but with these kind of contiguous spaces, I think it makes more sense sometimes in a floor-by-floor understanding. Because a great deal of what Breath of the Wild was trying to accomplish in the first place was to break down any idea of floors or rooms. And you can tell that was a major motivation behind many of the ideas in Breath of the Wild with the Divine Beasts, even though those were kind of in a more early experimental stage. So this ledge here seems to just go nowhere. Unless it's a kind of cliff climb along the side that continues over to this area, which might be the case. This area to the left, we haven't been down to the lowest level here. And so we should actually swing back here, explore that properly at some point. But since we're here, we might as well do the eastern wing first. Keep in mind, it is raining. We can't depend on climbing as an option. We might just run through the gloom and see what's what. Yeah, because it's going to wrap around somehow. Actually, because of the rain situation and our inability to climb out of there anyway, perhaps I shouldn't approach that area yet. But you never know. There might be loot at the end. Probably activate all of those guys. Or we can try to do a climb in the rain over a fairly low elevation. Let's not get caught in the waterfall, obviously. We can always switch to something like Zara armor if we absolutely need. Let's maintain a decent pool of stamina so we can actually do the climb. So we'll just sneak around. Yeah, as expected. Oh, slip is going to take me all the way down. These guys are just playing cards or something. Not really doing their jobs. Oh, treasure chest. Let's take it. Plenty of treasure chests, in fact. We'll just loot them and, you know... Don't mind me. I'm just a fellow moblin who happens to have telekinetic powers. We might even take that, actually, instead of the thick stick. Although the thick stick is extra durable. Theory. I'd make that good for a mining weapon. Let's leave this in the chest for just a moment and we'll see what happens. Because we can definitely beat these guys up, it's just that we have to, you know... I'll grab all this first. Maybe even fuse in the stone. Arrows, that's good. Actually, yeah, let's fuse the stone onto this guy. And just have a mining weapon ready. Nice and cheap and durable. Just using this one. Okay. Then here's the way we'll do it. We're going to toss all of the weapons away. So they can't pick them up if we engage. Don't mind me just taking in your whole weapon stash. Nothing suspicious going on. Ain't nobody here but us moblins. They don't understand anything that's going on. Anyway, we will maybe smash up this thing too. Just give me a moment while we get in position so I don't smash them yet. You know what? Oh, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. We're going to knock them back into the water, obviously. So, let's go Riju. In fact, if I can ice them and then push them back, that'd be ideal. But here we go. Drown. Instant kill. Now they're angry. Okay, Riju. Get over here, you guys. Get over here. Whoops. Oh, that was a miss. Complete miss. Come on. I want to do a drown and kill like we did with your friend. Can. It's easier. So, one way to do a drown and kill is use a Korok frond in conjunction with ice, where you ice them and you push them. And I should have thought of that before engaging, because we could have used the Carchron with the sturdy thick stick. And that would have been a much more cost-efficient way to do the fight, because you'd literally just drop ice on them and push. Well, failing that, we'll get kicked in the face. Okay. Oh, come on. We got kicked in the face. Okay. Yeah, because he just hit me with his head. Pulling off a Zinedine Zidane. That's okay. We'll probably respawn at a shrine, and then we'll do the method that I noted as an alternative, which is... Oh, okay. No, they're just gonna walk with me. Right, this was before we merged into the stick. Which is good, because that means... Yeah, once again, Claymore is available here, that's fine. We'll actually use the Korokfron method this time, I think, and just ice all these guys and smite them in. We don't even need to drop this stuff in advance, it's just an extra point of safety so we don't get poked at long range. Do things the fancy way. We can always switch out of Korokfron afterwards, but I do like having a wind weapon at the ready. So let's do that. Let's just grab a leaf. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Then... Great. Now here's what we're going to do. We're going to ice all three of them. If I can. And we drowned them. Incredibly cost efficient. Like, crazy cost efficient. The reason we don't always do this is because sometimes the bodies of water have currents that wash away all the loot, or they're too far down, or we just don't have water conveniently placed. You know, that was so cheap in a literal sense that that's the reason we've been stocking ice all this time. Okay. And we can even ascend out of this onto the upper level, which is probably how you're supposed to continue, but let's get over here to the Korok puzzle first. Our reward for making it to the end here. And let's take a look at this configuration. I guess we turn it on its slide and slot it in. Just reading this here quickly. Let's check the symmetry. Staircase over here. Yeah, okay. No, I think I understand it. We can just get the rotation down correctly, obviously. No, that's not correct. Let's... Let's take a look at this. Yes. Back piece goes one tile. That. That's not it. We're usually good at these. Hang on. It is like this. Yeah, there we go. $201 Koroks. And still no inventory expansion. So yeah, it looks like the lower level there is accessible. That is in fact... We're officially in B2, B3 down below. We've been there. That was the library. With the roof exposed. So we don't need to go there. We've found a way over here. Perhaps we take the ascension point. It'll take me out over to B1. Perhaps. Or first floor rather. Oh, Les Alphos. Let's put on a mask. Don't mind me, just changing my headpiece here. Yeah, these guys should not be an issue. Can't drown them, obviously, but we'll go over here and we'll just try to shoot him in the face. We get Riju going first, too. Come on, Riju, get over here. We'll just try to get the jump on him. Easy. That guy's just a blue anyway. Truly no problem. Didn't even need the lightning, as you can see. Anyway, let's not drop anywhere given the rain. Let's see what else we can get done. Yeah, so we're all the way on this side. I kind of wanted to check some of these areas, but the main thing is actually I want to check the west side. Because we haven't been to the lower levels in that area yet, I think. And we'll see, because we've only found one of the Royal Guard pieces so far, and you know, perhaps that's the purpose of exploring here, is to potentially locate all three if we can. Head over this promontory, which look at being here. Whoa. Let me just check this though. Yeah, maybe we haven't been to this tower specifically. Oh, Korok balloon. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, nice little open play area that we've got going here. We'll check that location too, of course, but we'll come here first. Well, it's slippery, so that's an irritation. But we'll probably just ascend from inside, maybe, and do that instead. Don't need it. Although it's got durability up, but the thing is that it wouldn't be lightning immune or something. We'll keep it sturdy thick, I think. And yeah, nothing but the existing Korok up here, as we might have guessed, but we might have a decent vantage point here, so let's just take a look. It's just a southern area. This one, I think we'd seen before. Yeah, we've seen it. In fact, let's clean up some markers here. This one's redundant. We really have to clean up a lot of the stamps. This one over here, had we marked it? We've actually not done that. Yeah, that's by one of the Misco caves too, which powerful outfit, probably barbarian set. Yeah, I guess we haven't really played that much in this area here. We've marked some potential cave systems and such, but if I can understand my own map markers. Maybe a start. We're here, next tower. Ah, yes, okay, so that's the area that is the guard post. I see. The guard post where, in fact, one of the Lionels was stationed in a previous game. That's part of the pathway that takes you up to the castle. One of the pathways, anyway, if you try to just go through the front door. Royal Shield, I guess this is a slight improvement on the existing Royal Shield with the 63, but we have durability on these, so oh no, we have Shield Guard on these too, so just like a 1 point gain. I feel like we'll just leave it. Too much of a fuss to reconfigure everything. So yeah, you kind of have to cross water, get to this. Little trepidations about the climb that we would have to do. Because I don't want to get washed down to water, basically, and get dropped down below. But I think we can probably cross... Well, let's see. Yeah, as long as we go for a relatively accessible ledge, maybe we can climb this in the rain. But or even create an ice platform or something that hopefully doesn't melt too soon, and then we would be able to ascend out of that or climb out of that. In fact, for safety's sake, the only thing is the water does flow quite a bit. An ice platform might actually be a good idea. Because, yeah, the thing I really don't want to have happen is that to be pushed out. Let's get a swim gear on, at least partly. I should have switched my gloom gear here, too. But yeah, coming out of here should not be a problem because we just go back to that ledge, but let's give ourselves a bit of room here. Hopefully we can climb out. Rain seems to be dissipating, that's good. Just in time for the climb. You see the red haze everywhere, and it's hard to tell if it's a blood moon or if it's just the normal state of affairs here. I think it is just a normal state of affairs. Ah, here's something. So yeah, this is the kind of surprise Lionel cage fight in the first game. We drop in here. Hopefully not the case this time because we are not prepared. But we can check the upper level. And then drop down from above. The exterior, in fact, was just not bad. Now we can in fact check the top of this tower. It is so different without the guard turrets everywhere, in fact. The guardian beams just chasing you all over the place. Well, this looks prominent. Let's see what this is. Not a shiny chest. Durability up. Do we have one to trade this into? I mean, I guess we use this for a few shots. I don't think it's worth it to do this. Just leave it. Because who knows when we might want to come back for more, right? So we will obviously check the top of the spire. It's too prominent a location not to check. We'll see if a Korok gets within view. Must be a Sen. Nope, guess not. Not this time. However, we get another nice observation point. Not that there's much new to see from up here that we haven't looked at already. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see down below what the approach to Hyrule Castle is like at surface level. Maybe that area is Lookout Landing, or... Well, it's the original castle entry anyway. Where you have to take waterfalls up the rest of the way. Shrine completed over there. What else can we see? Again, not much that we haven't already looked at. But it's a nice view anyway, so... I mean, had we marked this tower already? We almost certainly have. Yeah, of course. Oh, this is... yeah, the equivalent of the Ridgeland Tower, I think. Ridgeland Tower. Or something similar to it in the previous game. One of the earliest places I went to in Breath of the Wild. Got hit pretty hard by the Lizalfos right away. What's this location over here? That's the common point. That's fine, that's not interesting. We have the bridges over here. We have the lower level, probably, yeah, that's the bottom level of the part of the castle that's still elevated. We've been there, I think. Or, rather, that's on this side. That we'll attempt to explore. Because we haven't been there fully yet, and I feel like we're still definitely missing stuff. Let's head down. We can ascend through the waterfalls as well, but I feel like it's playing a bit dangerously, given our current inconveniences with waterfalls. Also, what's this? I haven't marked this one. Okay, so that might be the regional geoglyph that we haven't seen yet, have we? We were told about that one much earlier too, I think. So that's... yeah, that's one that's kind of at the foot of Death Mountain. Fairly prominent location that we just missed. Like if we repin it just to confirm its position. Yeah, we just walk right around that while riding over to the stable. I think we were worried about that one too, but we know that we'll eventually go back to the Woodland Stable to deal with the ferry, and so when we do, we can go back to deal with that geoglyph as well. Shrine tucked in here. We've marked that already. Okay. Resolves a few things. This one was seen. Over there. Pretty sure we've marked all of these at this point. One's by the stable. This one, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've marked this one. That's okay, we'll do all of that in due course. We've already looked at this side, basically. Okay, that was dangerous. We did it. Let's look inside and see what happens if we drop into the gatehouse. this time. Might be a whole lot of nothing. But then again, who knows? Maybe it's a fight. Maybe it's nothing. Let's try to drop it a bit more gently. We can find a better approach. Let's get into the arena. Anybody? Nobody home? Okay. Some more weapons. That's fine. Oh, treasure chest. We'll take it. Potentially. Nope, we won't take it. Basically just checking all these in case it's currency or gems or something I can actually pick up for a change. On my completely packed inventory. Anyway, back we go. Yeah, we'll head back out. We're not going to do it with the waterfall climb. I think I'd rather go around a long way. Assuming we don't get trapped here. Let's make sure we don't. And we'll check this a little bit at a time. Like I was saying, I don't have an exit strategy yet when it comes to where we're going to leave the castle. Let's check the tower, obviously. At the very least, it might give me some arrows, given precedent. The number of arrows I've looted in this zone is one of the primary things making it worthwhile. I see something like a shrine back there, or a glyph. We're facing directly west. Let's get a better vantage point so I can attack it properly, but I believe that is a shrine and glyph on that side, so we'll walk around and do it. Whoa. What about this tower? Have we seen it? Let's check it. Gotta check everything. Yeah, we've been up here, obviously. Let's go up to that station. There are some enemies there that we don't seem to have fought. I believe we'll switch into the goblin mode. Just to be extra confusing. And we'll just walk through the gloom, not a big deal. We'll get it back. We'll just loot his arrows. I mean, we can take his parts as well if we really want, but... no, he's just gonna fall. Okay, fine. Not gonna follow him. Let's not get washed away. Let's maybe take this and then drop back down to the water once we've checked it. Whoop. Didn't really get a read on how shallow that was, but luckily, not that shallow. Anyway, there's this overland passage here that we totally didn't take, despite its convenience. And that's just part of the castle entry that we've seen before to the original boss room, which, again, is nothing. I kind of wonder if we missed additional chests, because it is suspicious to me that we only found one of the Royal Guard set. It seems to imply to me that we should be exploring the whole space to find all three pieces, and that would be the main incentive for playing here in the castle in the first place, but I could be wrong. Things don't always work out that way. Yeah, we've checked the tower before. That was just... Or have we? It's still a study. Yeah, we checked it. But we haven't gone below that to the lower levels here, which we should do. Right, because we'd stopped here previously. Instead of going down to take that guy. There's a whole gloomy part over here that we have not really been able to explore. Be something that way. In fact, the presence of so much gloom there makes me think that there's probably something worth exploring. We should in fact put on the gloom resistance gear, since there's so much to walk around here. Let's take a look at that. We don't really need stealth anyway, since we're just putting on the mask. Yeah, but the extra point buffer here makes make a difference. No, I think we did explore this already. Maybe not the really gloomy part, but I don't know if there's anything really navigable there anyway, so we will have to see. Yeah, we've mostly been all over the place here. Let's check it though. Because, like, this tower here looks like maybe if you wade through the muck, there might be something decent beyond, but you'd have to climb up to do it. If I'm reading the traversal here accurately. Go up this wall and around if we can. Let's not consume too much stamina. Let's just take it around. Yeah, we'll just go up that ledge. Hopefully get to where we want. Got our shield clipping through everything. Yeah, down below here. There we go. I feel like this has potential, just given how otherwise inaccessible it is. Up the spire toward the gloom, perhaps. 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 That's why I have the gloom gear. We'll just get around stuff like that. Yeah, that's too suspicious not to be something, I think. Alright. Now let's just take this up slowly so we can drop down safely afterwards. Might not be anything, but on the other hand, given how secluded this is, you held to check. Especially because this direction gives me a vantage point I didn't have. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, that was a bad idea. Okay. Let's get out. Get out. Okay. Alright, that didn't work out, but that's okay. I think that was just a vantage point. We checked it for Koroks and there's nothing, so. Yeah, it's actually all muck all the way around. There probably are Korok points up above, but I don't really feel like checking everything right now. Let's actually go back to the rooms. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah, the gloom is not really a problem here, so. Proceed this way. And see where this will take us. Yeah, we'll head down below. And whoops, switch to Moblin mode. That looks good. Actually, Zalphos, Moblin. I feel like I just want to go around those for now, but go in here on the other side. Through the central spire. Yeah, this was the study that we've been to previously. Except this time we'll take the fall. What a massive fall. Yeah, last time we made it. This time, not so much. And, you know, the platform, of course, just magically repaired itself and created a trap once more. Let's actually get some health. And back in place here. We don't need to eat all the way, but, you know, just enough to give me a bit of safety. Anyway, here we are back at B2. Over on this side. And that's okay, because we wanted to explore down here. Anyway, we might not have wanted to come down here quite so aggressively, but we'll check it level by level. Yeah, we went through that tunnel previously on our way up to the shrine. We've been here. We've kind of been down below. Let's go this way. We've been up Zelda's tower. Moblins galore. So, who do we want to camouflage against? Let's rest the Zalphos. Okay, ice-like, that's fine. These guys are easy. Let's go fire against them. And then easy. What the amount of damage output we have? No concerns. Look at that though, that's like a... Oh, that's a fire-like, okay, yeah. So... Couldn't quite tell at first. More raw bows, I mean, we'll eventually wear down the durability on the bow. Oh, someone's shooting me. Always be shooting. And yeah, 2 shots will actually kill him, so we'll just get him to come up here again. Come on, dare you. I dare you. Get over here. Get over here. I want to spit an eyeball on you. There we go. Can we loot him back here? Or did he fall much further down? Yeah, we want to loot this guy, so we don't want to just knock him down yet. But go around for sneak strike or something? No. Not very sneaky. We can probably just take him 1v1 and just kill him now, though. Free shoe. Give me something. And then... yeah, there we go. Almost forgot we had a flame shield until I started putting up the shield. Oh, this was the bow, yeah. Because we've been putting up shields so rarely in this game that just didn't really think about doing that. Trees, nothing. Just keep going. Yeah, it looks like a fire-like, although it looks maybe just gloomy. Yeah, we know there was another black moblin up top as well, but we'll kill it if we need to. Is this fire? Yeah, it should be. We'll just ice him. Oh. Not the best position to be in here, so we'll just shoot it. Oh no, well, that's a lot of arrows. Kind of wasted. Let's go over here. That's okay, we can go around to get around the gloom. Are you just gonna die on me? it is not. Here we go. There's been too many arrows in that. And oh yeah, we did break a weapon. Okay.
Yep.
We'll get a bundle of arrows here too. So more shields we don't need. We might actually trade for that other durability bow at this point, just given that we've spent this one a few times, but we'll try things out. Go back to that other chest. Yeah, Blood Moon respawns these guys anyway, right? So you should just get more chests every time you come back. So. Drop out this one. Okay, so we're here, and there are two different spots to check for B3. Yeah, it looks like we should drop down below on this side. Yep, I remember the staircase from a previous game too, in fact. And of course, we won't exit here completely. And we'll see what is available in case there is something good at the end of the road. Oil. Nope, a whole lot of nothing. By the looks of it. And this is just advantage 2. Where you would drop out down below if you chose to do so, which we're not going to. Given that it would be kind of a hard landing. Yeah, I guess the idea is that, so you see a construction point down there, just the right side of the screen. That's clearly a base of operations. It might even be, for all I know, the fabled Lookout Landing. Who knows? Unless it's further out. Where's the castle? So you can see over here, for instance. Yeah, you got a shrine, you got everything. We'll take some of these low-hanging fruit shrines much later in the game, I think. You got a tower. Oh, that's probably Lookout Landing, like this base over here. It's clearly a base. Got a little fortress and everything. With an observation point that's almost certainly the tutorial observation point. Yeah, so I thought I'd seen a geoglyph to the west earlier that we didn't get a good look at, but if we can find a good vantage point for that, we'll take a peek. Otherwise, I think that's it for this location. We'll check this hall over here, and then I think we might be done with Hyrule Castle for now, even though, again, we just got one Royal Guard gear piece, and that makes me a bit suspicious. I feel like, given the extent of the castle, we should have been able to loot the other two if we had found them. But I may be quite wrong about that, so we'll see. Alright. Yeah, more steps down here. We've been there previously. That's where we fought the moblin. I don't know, going around here will get you anything. Oh, yep, this is the other B3 entrance. By the looks of it, let's try to drop down safely without taking a plummet. So we don't, you know, completely lose our position here. Okay, this looks prominent. Right, these were the lower levels originally. More arrows down there, that's always nice. Love looting all these arrows. Looping the highlight. Yeah, this was where in the previous game you'd ride updrafts up, I think. And we're not doing that here, obviously, and wouldn't be able to even if we wanted. More arrows, great. And what do we have here? More weapons we don't need, okay. Yeah, so this is just the exterior entrance, I see, so we can probably ascend back up through here if we really wanted. I think we would explore pretty thoroughly at this point, though. I mean, yeah, this was Dinral's shard. We got the King's Study, we've got the exit point over here, which I think was just out the window where it had been broken open. Again, I do want to get that western vantage point again, and just to take a look at the landscape from this angle, because there was something we didn't tag, I think. No, this is the stable. This is the geoglyph adjoining the stable. This was the other geoglyph. How we tagged this one? The mountains? I think we had. Yeah, this was the one over here. Isn't Forgotten Temple in one of these canyons? I don't remember. But anyway, no, we had seen everything there previously. So now we should just determine how we're going to leave. Could be down one of the waterways. I guess presumably waterfalls do send us down below. We don't really have vehicles at this point. We could potentially find a point at which we could build a fan plane or glider or something and take it over, but we wouldn't really be doing that with the intention of gaining elevation or hitting anything in the sky, because that looks well out of the picture at this point. But if we do something like fan plane at this location, then we can just kind of skip over to one of those shrines that are further afield. And I know that, you know, what formerly started as accidentally avoiding the entry point of the castle has at this point become a little more deliberate, but also we have the skydive suit. We can always skydive out of here and get a water landing out of that, but let's take a look at a map and see where we intend to explore. We definitely do want to go west, though. That's my impression. And we can fly out to one of these locations. Horses up here. And of course, ultimately, the idea is to get up to the Rito stable, so we can take a bunch of the low-hanging fruit and maybe even see some caves on the way. So we can skydive down and try to hit water blindly. Or we can take a glider over, like Rocket Plus Glider. We're overspending rockets, but yeah, I say we fly over and we aim for something like this point. I'm looking at the sky to see if there are any immediate alternatives that present themselves, but I think that will likely be the route. Alright, so long for now, Hyrule Castle. I guess all we got for our trouble were some pants. But That's fine. Now, let's not stand too close to the cliff edge here in case... I mean, we need some room to build, but we don't want parts to fall off like we saw with a rocket earlier. 5 rockets, so that's pretty low. But we don't want to spend fins either, so... Yeah, we'll just go rocket plus 1 wing and see where it goes. Take that out here. Let's get more space. Let's climb out to where we have a bit more room to build. And we had one more moblin to kill around here too, right? Nah, we can kill him too. He's asleep. We can go sneak strike. Oh, no, we woke him up. That's fine. We've got tons of arrows and all that around here. It's worthwhile. We don't want to knock him off the cliff. But we can do that. I said we don't want to knock him off. Well, fine, alright. And of course he's going to fall into a non-lootable location. That's fine, that happens. Anyway, let's move this out of the way. Also, look at all the shards down there that seem oddly movable. Look at all this stuff that... Oh, because it's the bridge that collapsed. Yeah, okay, yeah. That makes sense. That those were recallable pieces, perhaps. Anyway, we got plenty of Koroks. We got... do we check this location? This was where I came in, right? You know what? Please be quiet. Look up. Yeah, no, this was the tower. This was Zelda's tower, so we've seen it. Got another Lizalfos over here. Have we actually looked at this place properly? Let's get over here and see it before we fly out. Yeah, because we haven't looted any of this stuff here, so... But you know what? Alright, fine. Okay, we don't have anything attached to Claymore right now. Oh, come on. I guess we'll actually have to fight him. You know what? Let's get some aim going. Oh, right here, there's a... Much better. Okay. Overspent on that guy, given... Ah, okay, it's a Korok point. Let's do some archery. Potentially. This looks like it's kind of a diving location as well, but again, we want to go over that way. Make a nice big crossing. If we can. Nothing fishy going on here. Yeah, there probably was more loot tucked away here somewhere, but we just never got a chance to find it. It's kind of surprising how little was going on in the main sanctum, in fact. So yeah, let's fly out. Let's just save what explored just for now. And we'll continue elsewhere. So we can go wing plus fin, or we can go wing plus rocket. I think wing plus rocket is going to be fine. And since it's a descent, we don't really need any additional propulsion. We can always dive out if things look a little hairy. And I think the idea will be to go for this shrine over here. If we massively overshoot, that's fine too. We're going to cover a bit of new territory. Yeah, heading towards the mountains is probably a bit distant. So. And I know we've got a whole bunch of low-hanging fruit when it comes to shrines in the central area, but we can save those. So, let's take out some parts. And let's see what we can do. Massively overspending rockets. Let's move this out of the way so we don't drop it into the abyss like one earlier. Am I going to look out? Nah. At this point, since I've seen 2 of the completed main quest segments where at the end we're scolded for not going to Lookout Landing yet, I kind of want to see the other 2 first. I will, like I said, eventually pick up the glider. I will eventually do the camera and all that, because, you know, we need them for more shrines, we need them for the state of completion that I want, we need them for quests. But the idea that I have is that I want to hit the Rito and Goron dungeons first, just like we've done already with the other 2, and at that point, you know, we'll open things up a bit. I mean, I know, you know, it might seem silly because we're so close to Lookout Landing, but on the other hand, it feels too early to spoil what has kind of accidentally become the identity of this run. So we'll have to spoil it eventually, just not right now. And nice thing about coming here to Hyrule Castle is now I'm loaded up on arrows, and now if I want to go back down to the depths, I feel much more comfortable doing so. But before we do that, I think I want to prioritize the Great Ferry, which is why we're going to head west first. Where's that shrine I wanted to go for? Right there. Yeah, we probably have more than enough room here. Whoops. Hey, it fell apart. It fell apart. Oh, probably because I didn't actually complete the build in the first place. Hang on. There we go. I feel like we're going to massively overshoot that. Let's take a look here. Maybe not. Just decent distance. For glider before expiry, so... Oh, we wanted to hit this one, actually, so we can cross the water. Let's see, it's a little difficult to see in daylight what we're aiming for. But yeah, obviously there was a bridge over there, and we'll aim for something. And if we fly way over, that's fine too. We'll cover some distance. Or we plummet to our death. And if we need to plummet, speaking of which, let's put on skydive pants. Just in case we need to take a huge fall somewhere. Again, I don't have a good subjective sense of the wing expiry, and so we don't want to take too many chances with it. Because these things do have a way of blinking off way too early. Looks like another fort that we can assault up top over there too, which would be nice. Look at that, right on target. Right on target. We're usually not that good at aiming the wing. Alien sniper, yeah. Might even get a pilot's license out of this at this rate. But Alien sniper, but you're at a bullet. You know, that is probably truer of a lot of the stasis play that you can do to a soft launch back in Breath of the Wild. I get the sense that Breath of the Wild speed tech was all about that. Anyway, a windy device. Hopefully it doesn't require... You know what? Because I feel like there's some updraft shenanigans that are potentially coming here. Where, you know, you want to set up the wind and you're supposed to ride the updraft and things are sad. But what we'll do is up, hold, back down. Stand on this thing. We'll see if this is completable. I get the impression it might be a glider shrine, but it's given its name and the mechanic here. But we shall see. Oh, no. Vehicle build. That's good. Treasure chest over here, as you can see. You probably need to turn this into... Yeah, no, you take this as a boat across. And then you set up wind to blow this panel. And use that panel to get yourself upwards. To set up a ramp, I think. So... we'll do that. Also, let's take off the Lizalfos hat. We don't need it. Let's be fashionable again. Let's be doubly fashionable again. Okay. At this point, too, because we have some cheap weapons again, we don't always need to use the bow to activate devices. The way that we've been doing. Whoops, didn't see that. Yeah, since we have some cheap weapons, we'll use them all over again. Okay, that was not what I intended, but... that was maybe a little bit rough. For the purpose of that platform. That's okay, we'll... Right, it's made of wood. Maybe we should be careful about that before we destroy our own boats. You're just trying so much earlier. Yeah, I know. Imagine actually following instructions. Or not instructions, but, you know, following suggestions. Hang on, recall. Getting better and better at emergency recoveries like this. Let's get out. Also, yeah, you attach some fans to this lift and you go up, but first we're going to get this. You know what? Why would we do that when we can just attach and open? Okay. And now, because I'm still thinking about saving durability, we're going to attach this accordingly. Once we get aboard. Or we can just recall it down, that's fine too. It's on rails anyway. We'll attach the other one. We might need more. Oops. We'll recall it down. Options opened up significantly once I got into the habit of using recall, so... Alright, done. Easy. This is shrine at number 69. For those who care about that kind of thing. Anyway. We have enough shrines that are kind of in a central area that are, again, low-hanging fruit that, you know, we've... With those and the 3 that we skipped because we had the glider, location-wise, we have somewhere in the mid-70s accounted for. And we've got lots of ground to cover, lots of air to cover as well, and so I feel like we're actually on a decent pace to get close to just discovering all shrines on our own. I mean, I'm sure there will be a few that are tucked away in corners that are just slightly overlooked that we'll have a devil of time finding at the end, but we'll get to that. That looks like a fortress where we'll need to rescue the guy who's constantly getting into cages again, but we'll move towards that and see what else we can do. So, yeah, the idea, again, I know North Syren Stable is that way. We marked some glyphs, hadn't we? Yeah, this is a shrine that was next to a glyph. This was another shrine. Yeah, we'll just kind of head around this way, I think, and hit a couple of these. And again, the objective is to eventually go to the Rito Stable. And Forgotten Temple if we can hit it, because that interests me. But let's go back to actually playing in Hyrule for a little bit. And we'll see where we go from there. Keeping an eye open for Addison's signage also. We have a Misco treasure right around here, don't we? Yeah. Which means we should look for a cave entrance. Must be a bunny. Right around this area here, like a well or something else. Yeah, actually, we should probably have a treasure cave like right in this area. And like I was saying before, let's grab a mining weapon if we can. Multi-humor, you forgot about that temple. Oh, the Forgotten Temple. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty forgettable, right? Let's toast it. Toast it. And if you toast it, now my companions can just finish the job and chop it down, so we'll just stand around here and do a little dance. Well, maybe stand slightly out of the way when we do that. Yeah, there you go, down. And we can say... How do you like them acorns? I was all ready to say, like, how do you like them apples when felling this guy, but then we didn't get any apples. So, best laid plans and all that. Speaking of apples, golden apples over here as well. We haven't really used them. Fine, let's get out. We'll practice a bit of deforestation. And... Oops. Come on. Golden apples. You know what? We've got a Korok front. We can just blow this stuff down, right? Or can we... I know that in a previous game, if you had the Korok leaf and used its throw, you'd be able to just use the wind gust. But I don't know if I would be able to do that in this game, or if it just throws the weapon. And I don't want to try it right now, because I don't want to break it, so... We should experiment with this stuff later. Because, of course, if you take a sword or something and you put a gem on it for an elemental attack. Or something else that gives you an elemental attack. Then the throw animation does give you swiping with a rod, right? So, oh, maybe it should work then. Let's try it. Yeah, okay, it does work that way. You can aim your shot. Yeah, there we go, just like that. Just like with Korok Leaf, formerly. James D, you're falling asleep yet. You have a good night. We'll be around even more, so we'll catch you from time to time. Okay, here's one that we haven't killed yet. It's in the rain. We can probably use lightning. It's one of the weak ones with nothing on his foot. We've got tons of eyeballs around here, which we'll loot, and we'll switch to... I mean, we don't really need to whack him with the best weapons, but it does expedite the process, so let's go with something like the Flux Core Pounder. And we'll drop some lightning on him. Oh, these are apples, not eyeballs. Of course. Oh, that's standing too close. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll just sap him. And down. Trying to actually get his location snapshotted for once. I think we might have missed. Yeah, we even get some royals out of that, which I think is strictly better than the soldier's weapon I have. We'll just drop this right away. Back. Claymore, broadsword. These are nice weapons considering what an easy fight that was. Might even drop this. No, we need more lightning immune weapons, so we'll keep some of this stuff. We don't really have that much in the way of two-handers right now, but I also don't like using two-handers that much, so... But not bad. Yeah, we have the claymore here, I guess. Let's just go broadsword. And we're pretty full up in bows. Alright, so that rock hammer was short-lived. Also, yeah, we see the bunny over here for the cave location. The cave location is in fact right there, so let's do it. And speaking of which, yeah, with durability up on this thing, that's fantastic. It's ideal for mining. Switch back to the Flux Core Pounder for the standard attacks. This looks like it's probably a Misco cave, but we'll... Yeah, it is. Check it. Apparently for climbing gear, which may or may not be the set that is immune to slip, or at least resistant to slip. Whereas in a previous game it was just climbing speed. Alright, here are some likes. These guys always hanging around on social media. Dropping the likes. Whoops. This is a rare miss for me. Okay. Hang on. Oh, come on. That's why it's a little tricky to fight them both at once. We wasted some durability on this weapon too. There we go. Okay, let's just whack him. Got some arrows refunded at least.
Yep.
Yeah, don't need it. And waterfall climb, obviously, we won't do that. We can do that, but we don't care to. Nice of Misco to leave a trail. Bomb flowers, we'll gladly take some. Lots more loot here too. Little froggies all over the place. Tireless frog is for stamina, I believe. Horriblin up here, we'll just zap him. Easy. Good thing these guys are just giving me the benefit of the doubt when it comes to my immediate friendliness. And what do we have here? Probably more of those. They also drown, so if you just, you know, pelt them, they die rather conveniently. Oops. Frogs. Go through here. Ah, here's the bubble gem. And this looks like it's climbable. Actually, yeah, there's a hole up top, so. We'll just take it. If we can stand somewhere and ascend, that would be ideal. We'll see if we actually remain within the cave system if we do this, or if we don't. If we don't, then yeah, we'll drop back down, obviously. Oh, there's a hole that just drops into here, next to the stable. Okay, well, let's just drop back down then. What's going on? This is supposed to be a Misco cave, so we're clearly missing some loot. Probably in a prominent location. Flower there. That's okay, this will be our exit at least. We've marked that out. Let's see what in this cave system we have been able to explore. We can behind a waterfall even. Oh, it might be. Look at this. Do you see it? Do you see it? There is something above this ledge. Or, well, hang on. Maybe there isn't. No, that's just a ledge here, actually. But if you go back here... There we go. Alright, that was simple. Let's see if it's the climbing gear, what is the bandana or something new. Climbing gear. So it's climb speed up and it's a special no-slip glove. But that's just for the climb speed. I don't think it's actually slip resistance, or it would say so. But maybe you get slip resistance if you complete the set. Because one of the NPCs had hinted at that. So, who knows? Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Anyway, let's pop out of here because that will basically take me directly to the stable and the adjoining shrine. And once we're at the stable, then we'll get some mobility from the horse again. So the priority order I have at the back of my mind is going to be get the Great Fairies up and running first, and then at that point, ooh, balloon. Excellent, because I actually want to prototype some things with a balloon basket. Where does the balloon take me? Not sure, but we'll get Blood Moon. And, oh, this is just input. We're not going to talk to her. And because, of course, that would fill one of my early quests in the game, and, you know, we're trying to avoid that. That's totally input, though. And I think this is meant to
Glow
be a
of the
tutorial where you
blood-stained moon shines
are
upon the
shown
land.
how to use the balloon in order to rise up into the sky and get a lay of the land. Yeah, so the reason I'm not talking to Impa is because I want to see what happens if we fill all the geoglyphs first and then talk to her to get the geoglyph introductory quest, because I want to trigger that dialogue. Similar to how in the first game I filled all the divine beasts before and activated them before talking to her, and she gives you a bit of unique dialogue if you do that. So we're going to avoid her if we can until, yeah, of course this guy's saying, "Oh, Lady Impa," because he's been coaxing me to go here all this time. This is probably some kind of fixing and pulling a wagon quest. Let's register this table first. So yeah, I probably do want to steal that balloon basket, or abscond with it rather, to prototype a vehicle though, because I've been looking for a balloon basket in the overworld for quite some time, and we haven't gotten one. Also, I'm sure that there's something like a Korok friend somewhere around here, as well as a well. That'll be worth checking. But we'll get the pony point first, so we can work towards that discount.
Hey, yeah. Ah. Ah.
We'll take a horse, and we'll
Ah.
eponymous. Not my best horse, but
Ah. Oh.
you know, just for the sake of variety, let's take that from time to time. Because potentially we might even pull the wagon once we do that quest. First, though, we're going to check the well. And yeah, we'll bust this obviously, but it looks like there's something else beyond this that we'll eventually want to proceed towards. This looks like a bombable rock. So we'll actually do the reshoot arrow method. Water level goes down, and again, this is meant to be one of the introductory areas, so we would expect fairly simple interactions like this, rather than anything more involved. And there you go. Treasure chest for your trouble. A bit of money. And we might as well just take a cheap weapon to do this, since we don't have enough height to really do much more when it comes to cracking these open. And we'll smash it. Don't care too much about this weapon, thankfully. And that is it here. This is just where the water gets drained. Not much to it beyond that, so let's get out. Okay, so no doubt there will be a Korok friend nearby. Let's grab some wood. Even though it doesn't seem like we need tons of wood for a construction quest or anything anymore. We'll buy arrows anyway, even though we're pretty loaded at this point. More arrows means more uptime in the depths. We go down later. Yeah, not much of a wagon, yeah, we'll fix it.
Yeah.
Put on some wheels. then we have a horse, yeah. Oh, do you want a wild horse specifically? Yeah. Okay.
へえ。あ
No two stashes will have the exact same materials. They're pretty similar.
あ。
Here's a little horse tutorial, like we don't notice. Yeah, because I guess this is kind of the tutorial path stable that's meant to be your first stable, isn't it, in this game? Kind of like the Dueling Peaks one was in Breath of the Wild. Which we also did very, very late, obviously. She's gonna give me like 20 rupees. Anyway, let's fix it. Exactly. Well, okay, 3 wheels here. Things you can do with Ultra Hand. You can be ultra handy.
お
It's fixed. Yeah, we did it. One step away from your dream of having a horse-drawn wagon.
うん
I guess I have to catch one. I can't just latch this to an existing horse, can I?
うん
But then... Okay, yeah, we'll catch the horse, but then it's not going to have a harness, so... I guess we should look for horses in the immediate area. Horses, look at that. I mean, like I said, it is a tutorial zone, but we can kind of admire what it's doing, even though it's not that applicable to me specifically. I kind of like how I found the whole mainline tutorial path so late in Breath of the Wild, and it was still something that we could kind of appreciate for what it was. We got a full stamina wheel. This is not going to be a problem. And we'll take it down. Also, let's switch hats again. We wear many hats. And then we'll show her how to use the harness. All yours.
お
Yeah,
あ
it's not a very good horse. You can have it.
あ。はい
And we know how to do that. We're all set.
お
Oh, okay. She's wealthier than I thought.
あ
And, yeah, very good naming scheme. You can put that on the license plate. It is perfect. Okay.
はい。うーん。
Sure, tell me about horses. This is actually new. I don't know this. Tell the temperament from the pattern on his pelt. I mean, we always just get wild horses anyway, right? Sponsor docile. Consider tame. Oh, that's why we don't notice, because we always just get the wild ones, typically. Sure, keep me coming back.
うーん。
Carrots and apples. I was quite proud to discover this on my own in Breath of the Wild, but it seems like in Tears of the Kingdom we noticed early on that simply because of all the new mechanics. Like, this game is much more explicit about just telling you things that were discoverable in the first game to get you caught up, I guess, if you're a new player. Because it gives you a lot more tips like this that were organically discoverable. Because actually, the first time I fed a horse an apple in Breath of the Wild was one of my favorite moments in that game, because I just decided to try it. And there are so many things about Breath of the Wild that were a breakthrough in terms of things just happening intuitively and working the way that you would expect. Strength is okay. It's not actually pulling strength, it's that it will not get beaten up by goblins on the field. And speed and stamina, and of course we found a horse god already to upgrade these things eventually, once we have the materials. Oh, okay, so that's what the pull stat is. That's why the pull stat is something new. So... we should actually check our pull stats, because I didn't know what the pull stat was, really.
Hey. Ah.
In case
Oh.
a particular horse is very good at this. Yeah, our pull stats are quite weak. That's why we had so much trouble getting things up the hill previously. So when we do go back to the horse god, we are actually, I think, going to load up on pull as much as we can and get up to 5 stars and really have an easier time just taking a huge load of cargo with us.
Ah. Oh.
Because the horse has definitely been struggling with things that we were doing in a previous stream. Goblin camp over there, we'll take it out. Let's go over to Beetle. We've got an introductory recipe over here.
Yeah. Sa.
What have you got? Also, we should cook some more food, given that we consumed a whole bunch. We got money, let's buy everything we can. Buy all the arrows we can, rather.
Wow.
Get up above 200. Which is a bank that we'll probably eat through in no time, so... do we need to stay at the stable? We should. We'll go over to Cheap Planet at this point, because we've seen all the Melania tips several times over. But legendary weapon, you say? Rumored beast. Probably the Don-Dons, given how many of them have been talking about it.
Oh.
We found a Don-Don, it's just that we don't know how to get gems off of it. Just by feeding it tons of luminous. Legendarily brittle and useless? Yeah, that's our experience. We've found the Don-Dons a long time ago, so... no issue there. So yeah, we'll look at a geoglyph, we'll do the shrine, we'll probably get used to this place. This is Rito's stable. No, that's not right. You meant to say New Seren's stable. So... is there still a Rito stable? Ah, okay. We want to go to Rito's stable to be a journalist. But it was shut down, so we do in fact need to restore it, probably as part of the Great Fairy sequence, so... same with the Gerudo stable. We'll just need to cover it somehow. Ah, replaced by a newspaper company. Okay, so we'll still go there. More resistance. We got plenty. Let's get some food ready. Also, this guy's going to tell me the same thing. The beautiful city of water floods with joy at New King's Rise. Well, it does update and respond to the quest, which is nice. We realized that about the Gerudo quest as well. And he's going to tell me about the newspaper company. Slightly different dialogue than the other ones who tell you about the Gazette. Alright, so let's cook just a little bit here to get food up and running again. Actually, we're still on 12 stacks, probably because of all this loot, so we might not even be able to cook something. Unless we eat first. Alright, never mind that then, let's just leave it. Like 12 rows of stacks rather, because it goes up to 60 slots, and we filled in a few slots unexpectedly from loot. So, let's talk. And we'll pay for the bed so we can get a point. I'll pay. So we'll get a geoglyph, we'll get a shrine, we'll studiously ignore Impa. At least for the time being. Might want to play around with the balloon and fan build. Except I'm a little low on fans, so maybe we don't want to spend too heavily on that unless we have a very specific destination. I think we're not really going up to the sky all that soon. Yeah, this structure looks very similar to the one that we dealt with previously. How close are we? We're pretty close, in fact. Such that if we took a horse and harness over and built a vehicle to ascend, we might actually... Like if we go up to this point first, for instance, and potentially retrieve more vehicle parts and recharge battery, then we can potentially go up just fine, even on our current resources. We'll consider that in a bit. Let's do the shrine first. This is likely to be some kind of really simple tutorial shrine anyhow. You know, given that right over the hill we see easy tutorial grade basic red bokoblins, which we almost never see given that everything's been upgraded to silver. But certainly a lot of the difficulty of the game on the field has been camped out at this point, even though we are a long way from fighting some of the harder hitters like some of the Lionels and Gleoks. An uplifting device, yeah, this is balloon tutorial, basically. We don't have a flame off this, but we can get one with a candle, which is potentially cheaper than using the flame emitter, but of course the flame emitter probably gives you a lot more lift, so we'll just build a balloon. We don't want to lift it with a candle until we are ready. And yeah, this just shows you how it works. That point over there probably is a treasure chest for all we know, so we'll take this and we'll put it on a platform. Larger one if we can. Try not to set everything on fire. Torch and everything. Yeah, the ascent is pretty slow if you go this way. Actually, nothing here. I guess we'll just get out here and grab the whole structure. We can, and then, yeah, this looks like we can go up to the next level. After that, although we can probably also ascend off that. Let's put it here, because then that'll hit the button. And that will get you across to the next area. Let's try and exit back here, but obviously we'll want to check some of this first. Let's scout ahead of time before we drop in. Just because we are pretty high up. Sure, let's walk around. For chests. No, this is just an observation point. Maybe, I mean, maybe we can see a chest from here, but I don't think so. More balloons down below. Okay, let's head back down. And yeah, we're not going to be able to take very much through here, so we'll just go over, and it looks like this will just show you how to use balloons to transport orbs into the target locations, which we can do. Lots of fire down there as well. Looks like potentially flame emitters. Or just fire. We have balloons to work with here. Yes, we do. And we have a safe way of falling here, which is important. Yes, we do. Okay then. Let's head on down. I guess we'll see. Yeah, we take an orb. There are 2 locations. They do control an additional gate over here. Possibly it's 1 orb at a time. You place one here, you loot the chest. You place it over there, you do the shrine. Nice and easy. The issue is that we're about to take a ton of fall damage. A little bit of fall damage. Then, yeah, we'll likely have to have like maybe 2 balloons to get enough lift to the orb up here, but in fact, we've got so many resources we can just, you know, build multiples if we can. Stabilize everything with a recall where necessary. I don't know what the point is of that whole fire segment over there, then let's take... Probably shows you how rapidly you ascend if you... Oh, I see, it's the big ball. Yeah, and you probably need the weight on that. Actually, no, you put a balloon on top of this and then lift it accordingly. So we can get them both up. And you go up to the top level and then just grab the whole thing. We can do this too. And put a candle on it to sustain it as well. It's not going to get enough lift at the moment, but once you put it on top of the flamethrowers, we'll be able to. Let's stabilize this. In fact, the candle will help stabilize it as well, I'm sure. Even though it doesn't manage to actually lift the object. Actually, I feel like we need to build balloons on multiple sides here and create a platform with multiple balloons attached on the edge, because you have to not burn it, right? Because otherwise we'll just block. Yeah. So. Oh, recall if we can. This one part. Hang on. Let's turn it. Dump. Now, of course, we have 3 balloons here. I need a 4th one to do what we want with that. Or put this on the side and extend it a bit. Again, one important thing here is just not go into platform. Rather important here. Might be able to ride the balloon of ourselves. Yeah, actually, let's down so I can ride it up. Okay, it's a little out of position. Might be excessively weighed down, so let's grab it. Yeah, because we can slot it into place, obviously. I feel like we want to go diagonal on this, just to give it even better positioning. Give it a bit more room. And maybe put the candles in it as well, just a good measure. Well, I don't know if the heat will be additive, it might not be. I feel like we're missing one balloon down here, though. We should potentially use to make the full quad here and get more lift. Yeah, maybe that was not going to work. Oh wait, these are flame emitters that are movable. Okay, yeah, never mind. For some reason I thought they were just locked in place. We should obviously just plug in flame emitters and, you know, have it not go out of range. Indeed, we can deactivate them first. Of course, we need to be careful here with the device or when we put it together. And to activate it, we want to not break the platform underneath, so arrow activation might be the better thing here, unless we just tap the orb, which we could also do. But again, the important thing is to not break the platform. Probably face inward, like this, so we can stand on this side. Or even right on top. Yeah, this will be fine. We'll get ready to grab this and go. Oh, nope. Yeah. Alright, can I recall this then? Let's try it again. Oh, we could have just ridden the other one up too, of course, but we'll do it this way. Just to prove a point. Luckily the fall damage was not too intense. Then we can just cart this across, actually. Without too much trouble, I'm sure. Yeah, just park it here and then we can grab it. So we send. I said once we. Hang on. Yes, we do need to take this above. Let's rewind it, ride it up, jump out to top level instead. Okay, let's move it like this. And we'll recall it again. So we can get aboard. And we'll jump out here and grab. And then we'll either spill it or tuck it down below or deactivate it. One thing or another. Okay. Let's see what kind of loot we won't have room for. And let's finish it up. Here the whole time. I thought Tower Town was the balloon tutorial. But I guess, yeah, it makes sense that it would be a balloon tutorial shrine. Given how critical that is in certain places. Okay, let's skip it and okay, that's done. Let's see, geoglyph next. Find the place to stand for what is meant to be one of your earliest cutscenes in the game, and likely it's going to be right over here after taking out the camp, so. Yeah, you can totally take that basket too, but we'll do it later. Actually, this is the end of the glyph, so... Oh, this is Battle Talus. And this is Battle Talus with the most basic accomplishments, so... I mean, it's a mini-boss, we'll obviously take it. Let's just see what we're going to use to take it. Probably the existing Talus Hammer. Unless, well, I mean, we'll loot the Talus Cord and we'll, you know, put it on another weapon. Yeah, kind of makes sense to take a hammer weapon to it. Can. In fact, if we can get a jump. I wonder if Talus activates even if you're wearing a Goblin mask. It probably does, but... because the Goblins still spot you even if you are apparently friendly. Oh, you know what, we'll just snipe them. Oh. Okay, I'll take that. Then... Oh, was trying to jump out in time. That was not in time. Can't carry any more meals, well. Might as well just eat a toasty shroom then. Not that any of this will make much of a difference. Let's not stand next to the explosive unless, of course, we want to. Drop it on top, which we can do. Didn't quite do what I want there, but it's okay. Close enough. More explosives that we didn't use. Okay, that's fine. Then... Sure, we'll just whack you. And there's the chest. And yeah, let's not open everything next to explosives, obviously, but we will trade out this rock for the Talus core. And we'll still continue to use it as a mining weapon, probably. Roasted acorn, yeah. Do we have any damage to heal? We really don't. I should just clear out some of these meals and sell them off. So we have room for food that I will actually practically use. But anyway, this was tutorial Talus over here, I guess. I really don't imagine the loot will be any good, but there of course is some scaling when you do loot gear from treasure chests late in the game. Base item can be the same, but you sometimes get a sizable damage buff or shield buff on top of that, so take a look. And yeah, Silver Lizzle Reaver, yeah, it scales by putting better attachments on it, which is an interesting way to do things in this game. And it is a long throw sword. Let's see what the base sword is, because it may or may not be something good. Gnarled wooden stick, that's not bad actually. I think we'll just keep it. The Korok front weapon is pretty easy to replace, so we'll keep it. We have too many weapons we can't actually fit. But the Guster weapon did its job earlier with cheap and easy level and fight. So, can we actually activate the cutscene without talking to anybody? Yes, we can. Do it right here. So the Boko hat on. The fuse system is really great, but it's made you too strong. Yeah, I don't mind. It's very similar to... I mean, you know, the world has scaled up around me quite a bit. Where you have silver enemies everywhere. And the thing is, I'm still a bit of a glass cannon where... I still can't really take on some enemies that hit me very hard. And I don't mind, you know, I feel like it's a much better way of handling the durability glut. I think it will be really interesting in something more resource constrained, like an eventual master mode. I think that's where potentially, you know, if you are in a situation where the resource balance doesn't make you feel so absolutely loaded all the time, you actually burn through weapons very quickly. So this is finally the beginning of the story where Zelda goes back in time. After we've seen so much else about how much she has been playing in the past. So this is probably just Zelda's system of communication to us.
We didn't mean to startle you.
The geoglyphs
sorry.
are her way of communicating her
It's
story
okay.
to
My
us
name
from
is
the distant
Sonia.
past just by etching them into the land. We finally
And
find
could
out who
we
Sonia
ask
is
what your name is?
after having seen
I am the daughter of King Rome of
a
Hyrule.
much later
Zelda.
phase of her story.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule? And you're the king?
My name is Raul.
Yeah, quality humor, I don't feel
King
bad about
Raul
it at
of
all.
Hyrule.
King
In fact, I'm
Raul
still overstuffed on
and
weapons that I
Queen
can't use
Sonia?
or haven't been using.
But that must mean...
So yeah, here's the introductory cutscene that was seen now after so much else. Actually didn't really tell me much that was new apart from illustrating the first encounter. Oh, we activated a scene. Okay, that's too bad. That's too bad. I was hoping to get all the geoglyphs first. Alright, that's fine. We should have activated this last if we knew that was going to happen. That's too bad. We skipped out an unique completion dialogue then. Very, very unfortunate. I regret doing this. I almost want to reload from save to avoid it. But we won't do that. We'll, Iron Man this the way we've been doing and make the cutscenes as we go.
Oh.
Yeah, this should have been an obvious thing to avoid for me, actually, but...
Oh.
Traveling from region to region in hopes of seeing them all. Yeah.
Oh.
That's too bad. That's okay. We'll just not progress further with it until we have completed the other geoglyphs. Because then we'll hopefully still trigger a piece of dialogue where she says she wants to travel the world, and then I tell her that I've done it already. So hopefully not all is lost when it comes to the way we play. But yeah, this was supposed to be the first scene. We still don't know what number 1 is supposed to be, but we'll eventually unlock that, I'm sure. Given that number 1 precedes the intro scene of the game, it's got to be something unique and special. And we're doing it. Yeah, it's 1 per zone, so roughly. Anyway, we have talked to Imva earlier than I did in the previous game, given that we're still at, 170 some hours. That's okay. These things happen. And hopefully we didn't miss out on quest dialogue that would illustrate things differently. So yeah, we'll just ignore the rest of our balloon quest for now and not fix up her craft. I would like to steal the basket though. Tow it somewhere good. Let's not do this next to the explosive. Oh yeah, we've looted all this. It's not going to reload. Anyway. Rito's stable will be the next location, I'm sure. I'm going to see if I can abscond with the balloon. And for that matter, with the cart. But we'll take a horse regardless and see where we can go with it. Yeah, we'll unmark some of these locations. Yeah, this is the whole breach of demise area. Yeah, if we build an aircraft, in fact, we can probably make it there. Once we get to a better vantage point, so we'll try to get a cart. I wonder, once again, if we can just take the one we built over here. Given some of the other quest interactions, I bet she doesn't actually let me take this too far. Yeah, that's too bad.
Oh?
Okay, that's fine then. We'll just continue. And we'll try to head to Rito's stable.
Yeah.
Nope. Ignoring. Okay, so let's... I'm still a little miffed that I triggered that, actually. I should have known. We'll leave the harness on in case we have a Korok escort, as I suspect we will. Given how they are very often proximate to the stables. Since we can't get a flying machine up and running yet, we will proceed over. What's my favorite quest or quest chain so far? Probably... oh, that's a good question. Let me take a look at my log. Because I'm trying to remember what was actually marked as a quest. I mean, you know, there are a lot of things that I did organically that are not story quests, but, you know, things like crystal challenges that I figured out upside down and backwards. And that's always very satisfying. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. Favorite quest. I don't know. I have to think about that. Because it doesn't really feel like I've been doing many quests, in spite of the fact that I clearly have been filling a lot of quests. You know, it feels like most of the time I've not really even been thinking about quest markers. I hardly ever even look at this log, to be honest. And things just fill in for me. But anyway. Tower over there. Rito over there. Let's head up north. I'm trying to remember where Forgotten Temple was. I thought it was in something like this location, but obviously the regional boundaries are quite a bit different in this game, and I may be quite wrong. Because it's at the end of a canyon, right? It's kind of tucked into one of those corners. But we'll check the shrine anyway. Like, we would have seen it from above if that were it. But, yeah, main objective here is to try to get the Great Fairies up and running, so... we'll attempt that. Okay. We'll just head up north. Speaking of which, let's, yeah, we have a quest marker now. I'd prefer to just mark something else. Mark. Find Princess Zelda. Can we mark it? We can't mark it. He's the King of Hyrule. Yeah. Interesting that it doesn't acknowledge this as completed yet, diving from a sky island. That's okay, we'll keep that in the log for as long as we can until we have a reason not to. Also, I believe the ruins here probably unlock a new interaction every time you get a sage power, given that we did it with the lightning sage earlier. And let's see, what else was I looking at here? We got so much stuff. Right, and we want to find... Yeah, actually it does mark the location of Forgotten Temple. It is exactly where expected, so you might want to take a look at that. It is exactly where I thought it was. In this top corner. So let's just go north and see what happens. Who's this guy? Really stands out.
Hey.
Okay, no, this is just somebody totally innocent. Okay. I was hoping for unique dialogue, but oh well. This helps to have a landmark. These people who don't know how much I've been adventuring already. Alright, let's put some of this stuff back on. Where's my... Oh, we reorganized everything all of a sudden. Hang on. Where did everything go? Let's see. All masks are all in one place. CC hat, there we go. And where's that spectacular not the guard boots. I'm looking for it. Full spirit, there we go. And we'll get snow boots. And if we get into the snow, we'll use cold resistance to make up for the shortfall. You think I can select it twice to remove the marker? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's right. We previously had that objective set. I'm surprised we haven't run into Korok friend here. Also, bats. Yes, we'll take them. Some eyeballs. All our weapons are overkill. That's okay. Yeah, eyeballs are my secret weapon against the Gleox, so keep that. And we'll continue. Also, yeah, construct point here, obviously. I think we've seen that one. That was the one that's... yeah, over here. Let's fight some constructs. I would need to loot some charges, so... we'll do it. Hang on, do we want some lightning here in the rain? I think we do. Yeah, and actually they're kind of interlinked that way. Great. That takes 2 down immediately. Whoops, nope. I was trying to get a jump. Let's get over here and... oh, it's right by a Boko camp too, that's fine. They'll fight each other if that happens. In fact, this is probably even set up to demonstrate that they fight each other. for all I know. Oops, motion controls, please respond. There we go. Okay, this guy's shielded. We're not here for you, but if you really want to fight, sure, we'll fight. Yeah, these guys are the lowest level, which means that they're kind of preset to be the lowest level. And although we have the silver captain, of course. Oops. Okay, sure, we'll take that too. And we'll fight the one enemy here who actually is going to put up a bit of a contest. We had to be careful because these guys could very well one-shot me if I'm not loaded, so let's get loaded. Because we never know the damage calculation depending on what they're holding. Because the enemy strength plus the weapon strength can sometimes cut right through me, so. Alright. And let's go. Yeah, let's just go with a Silver Lizard Reaper. The durability is not going to be great, I think, so we'll take it. That too much? Not really. I don't think the water weapon is actually very good offensively. It's... Well, you see what I'm saying? We needed the one-shot protection. That's exactly why. Okay, let's be careful with not taking stupid chip damage or something. Let's just heat up. He can one-shot me, we'll just take him at range at this point, but we just don't want to die to fall damage or something somewhere. That's why I have to be careful. Did I hear, Natcat, that Universal Illumination might be working on Zelda? Yes, and I would have expected it. I do know, however, that as with some talk that has been circulating around the sequel to Super Mario Brothers, that everything right now is held up by the writer's strike, and so, you know, everything might be quite some time out. But I'm not surprised. I really wish that they would go with an aesthetic like Wind Waker if they do make an animated film, but I find that unlikely for commercial reasons that, you know, I feel like maybe they don't want to position the big public splash for Zelda that way, which is unfortunate because if I had my way, I feel like the Wind Waker designs are a very solid basis. And of course, you know, it'll be something original too, like the way that the Super Mario designs were kind of adapted to be a little more amenable to cinematic character animation and all that squashiness and stretchiness. But yeah, I mean, The Legend of Zelda is the natural kind of number 2 property for Nintendo to be taking to film. And indeed, the box office take of the Super Mario film is, I think, going to be a major game changer for the industry that people already expect when it comes to the deals that are being struck. simply because I think the major players in Hollywood are already desperate for a way out of what everybody knows is kind of an oversaturation of the superhero genre at this point, where it's clearly going to burst at any moment. And these things happen very quickly. You know, trends come and go, just like they did for westerns and musicals in decades past. And yeah, quality humor, you know, Ghibli Zelda, that would be wonderful. I think the sensibility has always significantly overlapped between two. Look at that, we've got enough zonite for one vehicle part now in case we want to build the quad rotor at some point and build the platform. You haven't watched a new Mario movie, is it worth your time? Yes, I would say so. I was impressed with it. And I am very picky about both animated film and generally disappointed with modern blockbusters when it comes to a lot of points of craftsmanship. But no, it's one of those that they really did go out of the way to make it rewarding to people who know and love the property. And where the better you know Mario, the more you'll get out of the subtleties to how certain ideas were adapted and conveyed. And that's a rare thing to say. And also just the level of craftsmanship, I was very impressed with it. As I often tell people, I complain constantly about a lot of action staging and editing nowadays, mostly in live action, but you know, animation I guess has a little bit more handcrafted control when it comes to that nowadays, when it comes to big productions. But it's a film that has an excellent use of fully three-dimensional space in a lot of the shot design and the storyboarding sequences, which is very rewarding to see. Okay, we need to elevate this slightly. Just give it a bit of a boost on top of another element here, just to slip this into the side and then support it from the outside. This is now a little bit too high. Tiny bit too high. But coming in here is a little bit too low, so... Actually, no, it's not. This will work. We just need to support it. Not like that, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, as someone who dislikes a lot of modern blockbusters, I was... And as somebody who, you know, takes... who is very attached to many things Mario. Thought it was a very interesting film. Also a very interesting complement to the 1993 live-action film. The comparison I made to someone was that it's like the David Lynch Dune and the Villeneuve Dune in terms of comparing the two Mario films, where like they are so aesthetically complementary that they're just two completely different interpretations of the material, right? And it's kind of interesting to think about that aesthetically, even if you don't much like the original film. Anyway, let's hold this up. Try to do these minimal builds where you build a triangle of supports. Like a good civil engineer. It's totally not going to work out here unless we realign this a bit. Come on. Come on. Don't do this. It's just in the way here. Okay. Too much tension. This by itself might even work, but we'll, yeah, it's going to try to sway side to side, so we'll have to fix the top piece, I think, and stabilize it. An additional beam. We can do that. Not going to be quite minimal, but we'll take it. If you kind of do this, and just try to attach on top. Fine. Yeah. Ultra hand can be pretty unwieldy sometimes. Quality humor. You probably know the Every Frame a Painting video by Tony Zhou. Tony Zhou? Yeah, I think it was. That is about like action choreography in Jackie Chan. That's a wildly popular kind of introduction to this kind of thinking for a reason. You see, the thing about I complain about this all the time, and this will not be new to regulars of my stream, but I've been saying for the past 10 years or so that, like, it's like people don't know how to edit a simple fist fight anymore. Like, you can go back to films in the 1940s that are not even action films, that have, like, maybe one barroom brawl scene, like, you know, in the Treasure de Sierra Madre or something. And the staging of even just, like, a basic fist fight between two people is so much better than anything you will see in the Marvel films. Where, you know, here it's like they have the choreography on set. They clearly have somebody who's, you know, there as the stunt coordinator. And they just wreck everything with the way that the scenes are cut together and shot. And it's just a complete mess where, like, there's no actual storytelling that's going on in the storyboarding or the staging of the fight sequences. Quite unlike films that did it very well. Such as, by the way, the Star Wars prequels, which actually do this very, very well because of the inspiration they took from martial arts cinema. And in much the same way, you know, the Matrix films with the choreography by Junwo Ping in the same period. But anyway, I could go on about this subject at tremendous length because it's been a source of irritation for me for the past decade or so of blockbusters. But anyway. Yeah, physics and weight, in some ways, yeah, that's a big part of it, and, you know, certainly the sound editing always kind of plays a part in that as well. But you'll see, you know, when you see a really well-designed action sequence, like in many of Spielberg's films, which comes to mind because, you know, we're quite close to the first Indiana Jones film that will not be directed by Spielberg. And a lot of the visual language in fight scene design has its eye firmly on the shots individually having a very comprehensible meaning and flow to them in terms of how characters are reacting to things, why they are motivated to attempt certain tactics. This is all over Indiana Jones, in fact. That, like, the thing about Indiana Jones is that, you know, he is a sneaky, underhanded tactician who tries to get the upper hand with cheap shots, and it's a part of the character building. And if you watch the action sequences, it's very, very consistent as a series. And it's that kind of attention to fight choreography as a form of character building and storytelling that I think really makes a properly staged and edited sequence sing. So, and there are some animated films that are very good at this. The Incredibles is incredible at this, in fact, which is why it's still head and shoulders above almost all the live-action superhero films I can think of. Anyway, this guy's gonna give me loot. And yeah, I think a lot of modern productions are in some ways like kind of too big for their own good. Just a lot of craftsmanship going into individual elements of things like effects design, stunt coordination, etc. that don't come together coherently as a concrete and well-designed vision. And in some ways, it's not going for an audience that cares, right? Like, that's one of the things that's irritating about it, is that, you know, they don't believe the audience will be discerning enough to really attend to this. And so, you know, this is why we see all these incredibly expensive Marvel productions and such that just have cable TV quality fistfights. And actually, a great many things get outdone by Buster Keaton 100 years ago, I would say. Incredibly athletic performer, incredibly expressive. Likewise with Chaplin, right? That yeah, I'm acquainted with a number of people who do musical accompaniment for silent film and such, and of course, you know, they love working with Buster Keaton's films as some of the core canon of what they have to familiarize themselves with. Because it's very attractive material to score with music. Because, of course, silent films, you know, they were almost all originally presented with musical accompaniment that would be unique to the performance and unique to a particular cinema. Like, until you get to kind of cross over with the early sound era, by the time you get into like 1927 to 29 or so, you don't really have such a thing as a definitive film score for a lot of that material, right? So you see new scores being commissioned for that all the time, in fact, because silent film scoring is still very adaptable and supple. Yeah, the stunts specifically, yeah. And while the stunts work because, you know, the physicality is something that, from an audience's perspective, you can really kind of read as character, right? And it's the same way when you look at, you know, animated sequences by Chuck Jones or something, where it's technically very dazzling, but you can appreciate it as somebody who doesn't have a good sense of technique, as a member of the audience, because the expressivity comes through in such a kind of coherent and chunky way. But anyway, this is all to say that, you know, from this kind of blockbuster aesthetic perspective, that I was actually quite impressed with the new Mario film. There's a lot that it does very, very well. You know, even just from a formal perspective, in ways that are very easy to overlook for people who are not necessarily into film. Actually, Quality of Humor, weren't you the one who was telling me that you had been on some kind of big classic cinema catch-up at some point over the past few years? I get the vague impression we had some kind of chat around that and about covering classics. And so I don't know if you've just been going chronologically and starting with the silence. But snake behavior, I don't think it's so much a matter of concern. I mean, I don't know what people have been discussing about the Zelda film. I'm not concerned. I think that it's very clear that Illumination and Nintendo have a very good working relationship that has also been extremely commercially successful. But the impression is that, even completely apart from box office receipts, it felt like Illumination and Miyamoto in particular were sort of very happy with each other. And that's always kind of an understated backstory to a lot of decisions in Hollywood about who gets creative control is, were people satisfied with what was done artistically, but also delivering on time and on budget, and within a process that people were happy with in terms of their creative input. Because it was very clear to me, anyway, very clearly implied that in the process of developing the film, it felt like definitely there was some pressure from the Nintendo side to delay and polish. Because that's the way Nintendo does things, right? And that they had an arrangement with Illumination that worked out when it came to, delivering at a satisfying level of creative control and quality. State behavior. Apparently, the licensed music situation with the film was quite different in the Japanese cut, or at least that's what I heard. I never followed up on this. Because, of course, in Japan it released during Golden Week. A couple of weeks after the release elsewhere worldwide. But apparently the music selections were also heavily localized. Because, yeah, some of the music choices I was finding a bit questionable at first, because I was wondering, oh, why would you go with, Take On Me or something, for instance. I actually realized pretty quickly why that was, and I'm thinking I was correct in that, which is that it was simply a way of saying, this is the year 1985. Or this is music from the year 1985, the year of Super Mario. And it is nothing more complex or sophisticated than that. Which was unfortunate in some ways, because I do think that, there was so much Nintendo material to work from that elsewhere in the film actually was very cleverly employed. I love how the original Stage 1-2 Underground theme was used, for instance. It's just a wonderful moment in the film. But yeah, that's the thing, when you see stories about filmmakers that seem to be at the top of their game artistically who still didn't get the budgets they wanted or the timelines they wanted ever again, or who weren't given director's cut, or who had tons of studio interference to deal with, it's usually because they didn't deliver either commercially or on time and on budget the way that the production side wanted to do so. And very famously, that's why Orson Welles ended up in Europe for most of his career, because Hollywood just kept slashing up his films, like The Magnificent Emersons and so on. We need to melt this slightly to fit it in the box. Slightly, not much. Very famously the case with Terry Gilliam, all the way up through Brazil. Which is why by the time you get to films like 12 Monkeys, he's very insistent on director's cut in his contracts. And of course Terry Gilliam was kind of cursed in his own way too, right? With just being unable to get a lot finished. Most famously with the film that eventually became The Man Who Killed Don Quixote. No relation to the name of this stream. We need the ice block over here to climb. Let's move it. It's certainly the case with Francis Ford Coppola. I mean, you can see that the scale of his projects, even though he was at the top of his game throughout the 1970s, it drops off very rapidly after Apocalypse Now because of the massive production difficulties incurred by Apocalypse Now. And yeah, snake behavior, we're all kind of, you know, especially attached to certain properties that we want to see done right, especially when you have a series like Metroid, which has a record of occasionally very prominent disagreements between how the fans perceive the series and how they seem to be perceived internally, where well, I mean, I don't know how much I need to explain with that, but I hope we don't need to ride an updraft here. I think we can probably do it by recall if we're careful. I feel like we need a wing piece or something, though, to really do this properly. However, if we have enough of a reach, like if we create a larger block or something, maybe we can just ride that up. Let's see, can we do this without glider? We're about to find out. I think we need to chuck this and have a larger ice block. I'm gonna chuck it. And get a new one from the dispenser. And just to have a bit more of a reach over here. Because we're going to try to do it by recall. Again. It looks like I'm quite a ways off in terms of where I need to be. Yeah, let's see if we can get some more elevation here. We might also be missing a critical piece here, which is entirely possible. But if we move up here, for instance... let me think about this. Let me think about this. We only have access to the ice over here. The wind gust definitely implies glider, but do it without. This is one shrine you came across before you got a paraglider, yeah. I don't know very much about Dread. I know there was maybe a revisitation of it after the film that was made in the 1990s, but I honestly don't know much about Dread, so... Metroid, not Metroid Dread, Judge Dread. Although, Metroid Dread DREDD might be an interesting creative prompt. Yeah, I think this is possible with recall. I just need to figure out how the positioning is going to work. It looks like it's not going to give me the distance I need. But if you stall it, maybe I'm able to grab the next block. Or jump over, and... I feel like I'm not allowed to take damage on this stuff, though. Like, not even a point of damage. But right now I don't know quite how it's going to ride Gust. Let's actually just test this out first, and let's see what the positioning will do, and then it will fall through. But I wonder if we can do something to manipulate it. The map, you want to see where it is? It's here. Close to the Forgotten Temple location. And yeah, quality humor. If you were talking about the Villeneuve Blade Runner sequel from a few years back, that was... I remember having some conflicted feelings about it because it is such a beautifully shot film. Probably the second most beautifully shot blockbuster film in recent memory. The first being the Skyfall, which of course also involved Roger Deakins, and which also I had some conflicted feelings about with the script. But let's see what the recall does here. I don't think it gets me nearly far enough, but No, not nearly. This wouldn't make it at all. Okay, let's come back. I think you might be able to slide onto spikes and do something with that. Or maybe even split this or something. Because let's say you propped it up here. If we prop it up and we exit from that point. Whoops. No, okay, no, good, we didn't fall down. But maybe we're able to reach the next block and grab it. Also, is a treasure chest movable? No, it's not. Okay. I can't grab the chest now. And whoops. Stuck here for a moment. Maybe my weight here affected this. Hang on. Let's... Or maybe it was the timing. Let's try this again. Yeah, I have a slight suspicion that this shrine expects me to have a glider. Yeah, we've found some ways around glider-centric shrines before, though, and I want to see if this is doable. If it's not doable, it'll be number 4 that we have skipped. But we will see. Yeah, so here's the thing, is that because my added weight on it, it looks like recall trips up here, which is unexpected. Oddly enough, we could do it with a smaller block if we melted slightly. The thing is, on this end, we're not interacting with that melting interaction at all, and I think maybe we're supposed to do something like that to get the shape a little bit more favorable. But the thing about these blocks is that when they melt, they kind of shrink uniformly, right? What do we put on a slant like this? When we pull back. Okay, are we able to ride it then? Let's see. And it just slides, okay. You're probably supposed to ride it down, like when you grab the next block. What are we even doing here? Considering that the objective is to open this gate, what is even the objective? I don't actually see it, that's the thing. What do we ascend through here? Yeah. Let's see if we can find some way to do it. It would be hilarious if this game had stasis and recall, because you just bat something across the screen with stasis and call it from there. Yeah, I'm hoping we can find some way to get this to actually stay. Because probably you're supposed to get across with a glider and then ride the ice block down the slope the way that we were partly doing just now. Here's the important thing to check. Is this instant death or is it just damage? Very important to notice. It's just damage, but it's a lot of damage. And a knockback probably precludes me from trying to ride anything off of that. However, we have the spring shield. And if we position this up to the recall point and we trap it there, I wonder if spring shield would get me over. Because it does cover a fair bit of distance. It's only one use, so we'd have to be careful with it. I mean, we can't always reset this save by taking a death if we lose it, but I always never have muscle memory for this, so we need to plan this out. Because it is... You gotta jump and you press A, right? Yeah, you jump. You press A to go down. So if we dock ourselves on top of this and then spring shield out of it when it's at its top position. Tilt it down. Maybe we can actually get across. And then, hopefully, this does not trip up. Oh, whoops. Same corner issue here. What? Hang on. Let's try it again. Yeah, let's... The corner issue is when we don't take it down elegantly. We might even need to just let the object slide down by itself and then recall it from there, but the added weight from Link actually does disrupt it. We do need to turn this. Hang on. Turn this somehow. We can turn it. Then, yeah, put it on this diagonal. Might be better. Again, we need to prepare for the spring shield. Hopefully that gets me up. Let's bring the top position. If it will tilt downward, as I hope it will. Oh, whoops. Nope. Don't tell me we lost the shield. We didn't lose the shield, but... We just cheese this? We just cheese this. Okay, we just cheese it. That's fine. That works too. That's surprisingly easy, in fact. That required no sophistication whatsoever, and luckily we didn't expend a spring. That required no sophistication whatsoever as literal damage boost. We need to recall... Actually, no. If we recall as it's coming down... Actually, no, you're supposed to shield it with the object on the right side, but whatever, we'll shortcut this. You're obviously supposed to shield it with the object on the right side. So let's say we take 2 ice blocks down, then what happens? I don't actually get what the interaction is that we're going for, but... Maybe we can even send a plank down if we want. If we really want. And surf the whole way down. And we'll... no, let's make sure we can actually climb up this thing first. And we'll recall it back to this position. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised at how easily that was doable. Okay. Oh, whoops, no, you're supposed to pull it back. Okay, hang on. Let's move it up. Hang on, I said... Wrong button. Move it up. Move it back. Yeah, I'm almost disappointed at how easily that was managed. Okay, let's ride. Now what do we do? Now we can block the flame over here, I guess, and maybe that... Whoops, no, don't do that. What happens when we block this flame? Oh, I see. That allows you to put some blocks underneath. Yeah. And then you can depress the switch using 2 ice blocks. Yep, I get it now. That's the idea. I don't know if you need just 1 or 2, but we'll do it with 1. Just to start. And then that's plenty of weight. Okay, there we go. That was easy. I mean, cheesy, but easy. And I'm glad that you didn't actually need a glider. But yeah, the spikes don't do much. They don't even knock you back, so... You just... run over it, and that's it. Yeah, I'm glad it didn't break the spring, because, again, I don't really have shield surf very well practiced in muscle memory. Because we've hardly been using it in this game, apart from the occasional spring shield. Speaking of which, let's get off of that. I never did find an additional Korok around here. That's okay. We'll go to the Forgotten Temple next. And it should be at the end of the canyon. This time it won't be full of guardians zapping me at every turn, but it might be full of something else. We'll find out what. Also, okay, this is going to be another safe entry point into the depths and into a part that I haven't explored, so we must mark this. Because we're going to try it after we've explored Forgotten Temple. Let's see who's there. Moblin base. Let's put a Moblin hat. And... we don't really need to fight him. Let's stay away for a moment. Well, the silver moblins are fun to loot, obviously. And we can kill them pretty easily at this stage as long as we don't get whacked ourselves. What is this? Oh, that's just a bird. Okay. Yeah, let's fight it, actually, and then build up some more loot that we're not using. In fact, we'll ride in and we'll do some bow shots. You just found that exact same well, yeah. All's well that ends well. Yeah, because I've been playing with no glider, we've only been using wells to enter the depths. Almost. I did have one ferry descent at one point, but... Okay. Don't even need to be accurate against these guys. Look at how expressive he is. Okay. My companions will probably tank some damage while we're on a Moblin head, or maybe not. Oops. Okay, let's not get kicked in the face. Yeah, what we actually came for was the silver part. also, since we've been using this bow, I mean, durability is still good. It looks like it's damage buff in this one. And 44 is not bad, but well, yeah, we've been using this enough that I don't know if the durability is still a good bonus, but no, we'll keep durability. Why not? How do I get back up? Well, we found ascend points. Let me show you the map. I don't know if this will spoil much, but we've been using the ascension points in the depths previously. There was one part of the depths where there was no place to ascend, and luckily I had 5 zonite in the bank, and I spent 3 of them to complete a balloon that got me out. Because we were that close to being forced to use a warp, as far as I could tell. If I had anything less than 3 pieces of zonite remaining, I would not have made it. So, luckily, we had just enough in the bank for a desperate situation. Anyway, Forgotten Temple. Again, I would like to unlock the Great Barriers before I go down to the depths again. But we'll see if that actually happens. Let's get some meat. The Forgotten Temple seems even more buried than it used to be. But we will check it out. Yeah, it's way down there. In the canyon. Whoops. Okay. That's fine. Just dropping from above. Alright. Not the most elegant, but the fall damage actually wasn't as bad as I feared, so. And let's drop in. Hopefully it is accessible. And given the many changes to prominent locations in this game, it might have some interaction with the nearby entry into the depths. Which I suspect to also be the case with the Lost Woods, but, you know, we'll see if that turns out to be true. Here, we'll enter. So, in the previous game, you pretty much had to ride the wind, and that's not a concern here. In the previous game, you pretty much had to ride the wind to dodge tons of guardians that were trying to zap you. I don't know. Yeah, it was crossable at the top level, I think, on foot, and I do remember climbing my way out after something with the goddess statue and a shrine at the end. In Breath of the Wild, of course, it's also where you pick up the classic Link tunic after completing 120 shrines. So, very notable location, that game. In this game, this location is tied to some quest that I already know about, and we'll see how that actually comes together in just a moment. Yeah, we came in way too high, but that's okay. Pretty sure we did that the previous game too, so. And the fall damage is not too intense when you go level by level like this. Forgotten Temple. It is blocked off. Again, I wonder if you have to ascend into it through the depths. I don't know. There might be a lower level entrance too. Oops, let's drop it down this way. Apply some force. Yeah, let's try to lower level. Because I seem to remember in the last game that you kind of come in decently high, and that a lot of the guardians are sort of below you during that flight. I might misremember. Whoops. Yo, just dive out. We'll enter this way. We'll see where we can actually get in. If it's completely enclosed, that tells me that the depths will probably be the way. But still, we'll come here at ground level. There's a Korok point over there. We'll check it. Yeah, it looks completely enclosed and buried. Now we can try bombing the entrance too, but I suspect... Oh no, here maybe. We'll check it. Yeah, I suspect an ascent through the depths is, in fact, going to be in the cards. But of course, we didn't really check that central entry point, did we? Oh, why, thank you. Anyway, let's do the Korok archery challenge. Who was even here? It sounded like... Okay. We'll go... Yeah, we'll sneak strike it, but... Put on ahead anyway. Using the Lizzle Reaper, sneak strike should get close to a one-shot. Oh. Except we didn't get a sneak strike it, so okay. Made you look. And it is just an archer, so... Archer with no more bow. Arrows, please? Yes. Anyway, let's climb. Climb gently so we don't just spend all the stamina at once. And we'll grab the Korok point up top and then we'll see what the situation is with the temple entrance. If it does require the depths, well, we have a very nearby point to descend. I am kind of tempted to check it right away, but the thing is we're so low on... I mean, and we can always mine more zonite below, hopefully, although that was not the case. In that other location. Now, because of the inverted territory, the inverted geography rather than the depths, you would expect this to be a high point in the depths that has cliff sides on the side that you could descend from, so it probably is able to access the locations you drop in there, but it also means that if we go down to well that is nearby, it's going to be a climb or some kind of steep ascent to go up towards the temple in the way that we've gone down into this canyon. So that's what I would expect. And we'd need a lot more zonite for vehicle parts if we're doing that. However, looks like it is open for business, so... Oh. Well, I guess we should have picked up the other royal bow, but the chest was still there and available, so... Or, oh, it wasn't from the chest, though. It was from the moblin. That's okay. We've got bows to spare. Not too concerned. Climb down, please? Yeah. That's not a climb down. Yeah, the climb down prompt was not designed with glider display in mind. It's the one thing in the controls that do feel that does feel a little bit finicky, but anyway, let's get into the entrance. See what we can do. Let's look good doing it. And we'll do this by ascend. This will be quick. Not really worth the durability trade on that, but that's okay. See where this gets me. Too high. Yeah, let's just go around the side, actually. I thought I'd seen the entrance at the next layer here, but I guess we might have missed it with ascend. Oh, this is all kind of obstructed on this level. Let's keep going. See what we're dealing with. Yeah, we are checking every floor here, right? Hang on. Yeah, maybe we should have just gone back up top and explored by ascending again. It's okay, we'll have all kinds of trouble here. Let's think about this. Let's head back down. Ah yes, no, here it is. Here it is. I was just off center. Okay, much better. I was just completely off center. I should have checked this more carefully to begin with. So let's see if we can make it through. All the way to the former location of Goddess statue. We see a couple of planks here that might be movable. You see some bokoblin camps down below. Yeah, but this should be traversable from the side, so... Oh, missed a high-tailed lizard. Yeah, because I remember doing a big climb on this ledge here, in fact. Back in Breath of the Wild. So, such possibilities do still exist, I hope. Chill shroom, and then we'll go around and to drop into the central area here. We'll see what's going on with Goddess statue, because there is clearly a problem to be solved. The exact nature of that problem is still unknown to us, but let's see what it is. And yeah, platform continues. There is a shrine back there, just as there was in the last game. That was nearly a steep drop. Yeah, we'll just climb all the way around, in fact. No need to go too low. At least not yet. Maybe eventually there will be an incentive to do so, but we'll see what is going on. Yeah, we'll just continue on the side, I think. We can even drop down to the lower level by one, but we'll remain elevated until we know what's going on. Or at least try to. Yeah, We have more than enough stamina to make the final part of the climb, though, so no issues there, I hope. Lots of enemy encampments here that we're just skipping over, but notice that they're also just red and blue, like they are kind of pre-placed and not scalable, it seems. Basically, if you're seeing the original base red bokoblins at all at this point in this file, it's a non-scaling enemy. Usually we still encounter them with a captain that does scale up to silver right now. But, okay, then we'll proceed here and we'll go over to Shrine and then we'll see if anything else is revealed about how we fix up the other statues. No goddess statue over here that we can see yet, but it might be further back. Or even further below. Anyway, we probably should just head down to ground level at this point, but we'll get back here first and we'll continue even deeper to assess. Unless there's a reason to stay up high. Whoops. Investigate. Shrine will reload my health. We'll do that first. And we'll see what happens. So along with the labyrinths, this area was one of the Zonai precursor mysteries in the first game that was just kind of left unnamed and implicit. All we really did know about it was its stewardship of Link's outfit. Anyway, building blocks. Are we supposed to imitate the shapes to proceed? Or are we supposed to fill the... It can't be filling the outline. I think we're supposed to imitate. But then do we imitate on the opposite side, or what are we doing here? Let's see. Oh, no, we use these to complete these just like Korok puzzles. Yes. Yes. Oh, I quite like this. So it's a matching puzzle. And it works by the exact same logic as the Korok puzzles. Reminds me, oddly enough, of the crate matching challenges in Splatoon 2 and 3. Starting with Octo Expansion, apparently the designers of some of the Shrines of Breath of the Wild did have some creative input into the challenge design in Splatoon, so that's not really a surprising connection. Let's go with another bow. Let's go with the Royal because we want to keep the Zonite for circumstances where we need something lightning proof, so. And we'll have a cheap construct bow at this point too. Really cheap construct bow that's not going to be too useful except for activating switches. And then here we have another matching puzzle. Again, we just complete a cube by the looks of it. Kind of like building our own flux construct. Now, here's the thing. There's a treasure chest right in the corner. Yeah, that's right. So we'll just go towards it. Are these climbable surfaces? I can't tell, but it doesn't matter because they're just going to everything. Anyway, actually, we can just Go up. Go back down. Recall. Don't need to do anything more complicated than that. Very useful. Okay, so let's visualize this. L shape over here. How many? Oh, okay, we have a couple of different configurations. Let's see, because that block on the right side would just fill in everything up to here. Then you would have to just fill in a by one. That won't be the case because this one is going to be minimum 2 wide and some axis or another. So if you put that one over here, this would fill in everything except this block. Then you would have that one fill in, and then you have an L over here. Okay, I see it. Oh, wrong button. Get that off, please. Yeah, this was fairly easy to visualize, actually. This over here. You can just shove that in so it's nice and flush. Of course, that's, you know, assuming that the rotation is going to cooperate with me for once. There's this one. If we can just flip this for a moment. Yeah. Actually, given the configuration here, I might have thought about this in an inverted way that is not going to work. Yeah, because actually... Oh no, but those two would be interchangeable then. So let's put this here. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and then we just this is a corner piece. Yeah, I thought about it with a reverse orientation, so it threw me off momentarily, but as a solution, it's done. Pretty simple. Let's go. Pretty good day for shrines today. Completed a whole bunch in a row. Yeah, I think I completed like 5 shrines this session. But that's going to happen when we are exploring some new territory, getting into new regions for the first time in a while, and also picking up a lot of low-hanging fruit when it comes to playing near tutorial zones. So anyway, this was the shrine. Let's figure out what's going on from here. As we enter this part of the sanctum where it seems the goddess statue has indeed fallen. So what do you propose we do about that? It's a little big for Ultrahan. Has to be some kind of challenge we need to complete to get it back in order. Now that it has been toppled over. This looks like it's going to be something major with a door that might shut behind me. Look at this. Six of these. You see central goddess statue surrounded by... There's some more with Sunderlines. It actually is very reminiscent of the configuration of Rauru and the Six Sages, which makes sense. So, this might actually be really important. Let's see here. There's a source of power here that had been hiding behind the toppled statue all this time. Where's statue? That's what upheavals do. Okay, so what is this? Might be a puzzle. Is anything here manipulable? Not yet. Next room. Maybe it is a puzzle. This looks like a map. This is the map. So we need to interact with the map of Hyrule some way. Ah, geoglyphs. We need to place the geoglyphs into correct locations. So this is in fact very central to the entire game. Unfortunately, I don't think we can just guess. We do in fact need to... Oh, wait. Oh, this is just a map of the geoglyphs. You don't actually manipulate it. It's just a map of the geoglyphs. So let's... We'll look at this in just a moment, but we'll... And look at that. The symbols around a side match up to the ones that we discovered. Okay, so basically you have all the map locations marked for you in each region, which means this might also be... I mean, I think that there is a time loop plot that is being set up here, where the geoglyphs are the result of Zelda trying to send you a message from the distant past. And that is the plot that is steadily revealed, because of course the information they convey is what Zelda has observed in her own time. You're happy to report that your first attempt at a satellite was a spectacular failure. Oh, in terms of just making something orbit and free fall indefinitely, or what were you trying to do here in the Korok space program? Okay, I don't know if this is a particularly good view of the map, but we'll screenshot this and we'll try to get a closer shot. Maybe if you talk to this, it'll give you a clearer view. And we found many of the ones over here already. We found. Let's take a look. We found ones in these three regions. We did not. Oh, we did see the shell one. Let's see. Oh, so there is none between them. So it isn't just one per regional boundary then. This one we have seen from the air. Okay, okay. So we have seen these four. Yeah, let's kind of screenshot the halves of the map, perhaps, and we'll see. Get a decent angle on them, or even from over here. These guys might need to stand out of the way, but oh well, it's kind of nice to have them trot on the map too. It's not too bad. Let's try to get everything in frame here. And let's try to get a screenshot. Weapons out. Okay, so this one we know about already. We saw it on Cliffside. This one, let's take a look. At the end of the river? Well, let's see. Did we mark it already? Yeah, this is a Cliffside one. This one was seen. You follow it. Where is it? You follow it to the end. The river. Maybe. Yeah, it's just southwest of here. So it's kind of somewhere around here. Like around this corner. So we'll kind of mark approximately. Hang on. Let's take a look. Kind of see the curve of the water here, so we'll mark this location. That should be approximately correct. Up here we see two more. One to the right. That is probably going to be pretty approachable once we go to Rito Village. Let's... We marked that one already, in fact. That one's on the map. One up north over here. Which will be... Yeah, we can't quite make out the terrain here, unfortunately. But it will be somewhere up north. Yeah, it'll be somewhere in there. It's probably not worth marking because, you know, the area is too approximate as far as the search radius goes. We'll mark it somewhere in here. We'll just take a shot in the dark. This one I think we scouted already. Because it was when we demarcated here, it was just out of the way of where we went. Sword was seen. How many in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10. I was assuming there were more than these, because then it seemed to line up fairly neatly for there to be one per region in terms of the open slots for the cutscenes, but of course that might just be wrong, and maybe this is all there is. But yeah, then we have a pretty clear idea of what we need to hit. We need to hit these 4. And this one looks like it might be it, so let's take a look. Tier with a tier. Unless it's a tear with a tier, or a tier with a tear. A tier with a tier. Tier with a tear. Interesting. How many on a side each? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Let's make sure everything's accounted for. 6. 12, yeah, okay. It is 12 geoglyphs. Here with a deer. Maybe I'm supposed to place something. We can't place any of this, obviously, but... Yeah, and it would be important too, I think, to check the corresponding location at the depths. See what's going on. I don't know if you need to hit all the geoglyphs first, perhaps. But what am I looking for? Let's look at my flowers for a moment. I didn't think that would do anything, I just thought I'd try it. Here would a tear. Well, this location may or may not be ascendable. out kind of in the middle level there. Where am I on the map? Let's go back out. Maybe there's some interaction on our way. Oh, wait. Oh, this just takes you back out, right? Yeah, that's just symmetrical. Let's check either side. Yeah, quality humor, to get back to what you were saying earlier about the satellite we're making. Floating things rain fire down on your enemies. So yeah, making something that would fly above and have flamethrowers pointing down or something, right? I've been trying to think about how to weaponize the interaction where updrafts can take fire projectiles like red chew jelly and rain them back down as bombs. We've kind of seen that accidentally on the field a few times, and I feel like it could be weaponized further in an interesting way. Now, interestingly enough, if you stand here, maybe you're able to ascend and then you can see how far off you are. This probably takes you to the top. Let's see if that aperture above is anything. Let's just take a look. Whoa, it's way off. That's completely off. The extent that I wonder what we can do to get above that window. That is way, way off. Okay. Dude, get a good view of Rito's stable from there, though. You managed to kill everyone with raining red choo-choo gel one time. Unfortunately, you are part of everyone. Yeah. That's the thing. I don't shoot chew jelly with fire over grass anymore. We've had to learn this the hard way. Ourselves. Yeah, given the map here, I guess this just gives you information. I don't know if there's anything more information, but I think the idea at this point is to hit all geoglyphs and then come here and see if there's a scene. Let's get another shot from this view just to be clear. But until you do that, it seems like you can't actually restore existing shrines. Tier with a tier. I'm sure people who can make out Highlane have read this stuff already. It's kind of like a cemetery in some ways. Maybe it's, you know, slabs that are the resting places of the sages or something. No. I mean, that would include Zelda as a sage of time, so probably not so much the case. I feel like this location up here is ascendable. Oh, it is totally ascendable. Let's see. It takes me all the way up. Up the close side. Because I feel like we can get in the middle of that aperture there, that we can see something interesting. This seems to put me... where are we? Yeah, this is right by this camp here as well. What have we got out of Hoverstone? And try to get within ascend range of this area here. And then we can at least see where this point is. That is creating sunlight from up above. Let's also take a look. What's going on? Oh, check on a statue in return we were finding. I feel like we need to actually maybe interact with a statue first before we leave this place in order to fill that quest. And I wonder if it will autofill when we hit the Spring of Wisdom for the other interaction. That is almost certainly going to be analogous. Because I would suspect very strongly that that will be the case. So yeah, let's actually look at the statue first so we can tick that box. And given that we will at that point have already checked on the statue, I mean, I hope I don't have to take a picture of it or something. Perhaps we stand here. Or stand here, yeah. This is where you are normally supposed to pray, right? I mean, why would we need to... Oh, okay, examine. There we go. Oh, the statue had been toppled. Yeah. So we clicked on this. Don't know if we'll need to come back with the third spring, but at least we'll fill that in now. And perhaps there will be a quest that fills me in further on what's going on here. Now, do we want to spend something like a hover stone? Get up above? Maybe. Let's see where this goes. This is probably just back onto the field. No, too high. Yeah, let's stand in the center here and... I feel like we could definitely get between those two layers. And that might be interesting. Let's go hoverstone. We've got plenty of these. Specifically for such experiments. Yes, I can. Okay. Let's first of all tap this with something cheap. We don't have anything cheap. I don't know how centered that is. We'll take it back here. I'll park myself on top of it. We'll call it up to a point. Actually, that's pretty reasonable. Oh, it doesn't let you. That's just decorative, I guess. Okay. Well, so much for that. Let's go on just a bit further then. And let's just head back out. That's a mystery. But I feel like it's pretty likely I just have to fill in the geoglyphs to finish that. But it is, at the moment, an informational point. This is interesting, yes it is. Any island floating in the sky. That's the labyrinth though, right? It's a regional labyrinth. I wouldn't call that tiny. Who are you calling tiny? Little island. This qualifies little. It is smaller than the other labyrinth, isn't it? Or am I wrong here? Let's take a look at the position. Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Who are you calling little? Yeah, that's the labyrinth that's in a snow zone. Right by where the skeletal horses used to hang out. Over here in the Hero region. Fairly close by from my current vantage. Probably reachable if we built the quad rotor with a sufficiently large battery. And in fact, I do have the materials to do it because we have enough zonite now to get remaining charge. But I don't know what the situation will be there when it comes to getting back out of the depths, so I think I should save that for later. However, we do know that likely there's going to be a big geoglyph somewhere close to the mountain. And we will have to see about that. In the meantime, yeah, so we're above the Forgotten Temple directly. And I think we want to go for the newspaper office and a shrine beside it. I don't even see the Rito village, really. From our current vantage point. Well, we'll see what's going on. Anyway. Now let's keep going up here, actually, just to observe. Korok. Yahaha. Nope. It's not. Yeah, we're not at the summit yet. Can't be that innocuous. We'll keep going up to the summit. Don't know which of these can be sent back up into the sky. Apparently none. Electric juice, yeah, we'll take it. Maybe not. Yeah, let's not run after everything here. Oh, whoops. Okay, we lost some of it. That's okay. We got 100. It's a shock fruit. Oh, we've been there before. Okay. When do we come here? Yeah, very early on in the game, I think. Or, well, no, it can't be because we... Oh, we would have been here when we attempted to go around the Lost Woods over to the Flow Ruins the first time. Yeah, that's how we connected. That way, we're actually fairly close to the horse location. Oh, because I took it to the Forgotten Temple, of course. So... I think what we will do is we will attempt to go to the Rito stable to see if that sets us on course to A, become a journalist, and B, start unlocking the fairy fountains if we can. I don't know if I'll get to that this stream, but we'll try to at least reach the stable, and you know, who knows what else will distract us on the way. Tempting to just drop some wings and take a glider here instead of heading all the way back down, because, you know, if it's not operating as stable, I assume you can't actually grab a horse off of that right at this moment. Don't really want to expend more rockets though. But let's just take the horse and ride. We'll ride it around. So we can put on some cold gear. Although if we get involved in a fight, cold resistance food with snow boots would actually be a lot better. So yeah, let's get around. Okay, so Forest Word, you should be right here. Where is it even? Which direction? Oh yeah, there you are. Anyway, we'll take it around. We'll see if we need both points of cold resistance, since I just have the archaic from Greaves at present. We did see the position of Rito's stable. Seems like a lot of this region has been frozen over to a greater degree than before. Yeah, Labyrinth Island over here looks more squarish than I would have expected, given how the other labyrinth geometries tend to match up. Yeah, I think it's usually, or at least in the previous game, it wasn't until you got way up to the Hebrew Mountains that you used the second point of cold resistance. We will of course check the cave. Drina Foothill Cave, yeah. Oh, let's mine a little bit. Let's see what this is all about. Kind of suspiciously plain so far, so could be more to it. It looks like there's an entryway up the top, in fact. Then, okay, shoot please. Berries, excellent. Let's loot them quietly first before we proceed, since we will probably not be doing too much flight in the immediate future, so we'll take this. And indeed, if we have ferries in tow, then we can survive a fall with any kind of drop that might be off of the northern labyrinth when we get there. And just in case there is another drop from the sky all the way down to the depths, as I suspect there will be, one of the remaining pieces of evil spirit set. And where's my last one? Still available. Might have gone already. That's okay. Stashing bomb flowers is always good. Wonder about ascending through here too. How far up are we possibly going? Way up the mountain. Ferry. We'll take it. Yeah, the ferries down below were actually a good indication that we have ferries in here, so we'll, in fact, mark this. Indeed. We have access to ferries down below. Is significant, so let's take a look at what she says about musical instruments. Yeah, so they all request different instruments, and so you kind of have to cart them around. We know the violin is at the woodland stable, and that fairy wants the violin. We have heard about a flute player from one of the other stables that we probably need to recruit. Anyway, 3 fairies discovered rather. And so you put the band together and you probably cart them around on your horse until they get to all the right places. That's what I would guess. And so let's see. Down to the stable. Yeah, there probably is the geoglyph that's around this location somewhere, but we'll deal with it later. And you can get enough elevation here that it looks like ascending up to the labyrinth will actually not be too difficult. Because you get a nice high perch off the mountain. Oh, it's an ice Gleeok. We better mark this as a boss location, then. No way are we trying him without snow boots. We have the snow boots, but I feel like we will stay off of him for the moment. Given how much all the Gleeoks were kind of demolishing me. Oh. Okay, let's just knock them off your horses. Okay, my horse is pretty close by, so My horse was just left by the cave, right? So, yeah, this will not be much of an issue, I think. Hey, look at that, I landed back on the same horse. That's stylish. That was my steed. Within range. If it's not, that's okay. I can always get it back. We'll look at a shrine, of course, as well as any wells that happen to be here, but... Oh, this is Snowfield Stable, it's not Rito Stable. Rito Stable would be further down.
Oh.
Woodland Stable, yeah, except a group. Split apart. So yeah, 3 fires located, which is great. I mean, there was a very conspicuous chasm where the ferry by Kakariko used to be. Let's register.
Yeah. Oh.
We were told that the golden horse is somewhere around here, so...
Oh. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Hmm. Oh.
Yeah. We're fine on health. We don't have milk to do this, but... And dressed up to keep nice and warm, yeah. Very fashionable, too. Bridge that crosses over to their village has collapsed. We know how to get across. And yet, recognizing CC work. Yeah, we know all this. Anyway. So the shrine... Oh, is this golden horse?
Hey.
This golden horse, yeah, that's right.
Ah.
And Zelda got this one too, since I absconded with her previous royal steed. So, can I take it? Well, I mean, if you're going all the way to tell me about this golden horse, surely I can take it.
Oh.
Maybe place the flower. Oh. You know, worth a try. Silent Princess tends to be conspicuous enough that significant enough that interactions do happen.
Wow! Sa sa!
We'll need to sell off just a little bit here. Just to afford arrows. Maybe a bit of opal. I think here I can't really already get. I guess the arrow consumption has not been as bad now that my bows actually do some damage, so. Making spicy food, yeah. Oh, monster shop. Let's do it. I don't think I have enough bubble gems for this to be worthwhile, but we don't see them all the time, so very least he'll give me a bubble gem clue. Yeah, because I need 4 to cash in for the next item, and I don't think I have that many. Do I? Nope, I'm off. Southwest. Near the drifts. That's fine, we could do that. Maybe hit another story point on the way there. Yeah, surely we get to claim the golden horse at some point. There's got to be a way. I mean, it's not like Zelda's using it right now. And we need to supply a Dorito. Eventually. Guess we'll run off. No. Zelda's previous horse, maybe. We'll temporarily go without towing. We can regret it when we encounter a Korok a couple of steps away. No, there should be a well. And it's frozen, of course it is. However, what if I melt it? Can I melt it? We're about to find out. The answer is, of course I can. There we go. Well, smack. Wow, even more fairies. That's fantastic. Let's grab as many as we can. It's quite a nice mining location too, possibly even with a Korok attached to it. Right, let's not scare them off, let's grab what we can. hopefully. That's splashing into the water. Oh, come on, that's not what I wanted. It's high up. Come on. Don't surprise me like that. Here we go. What about the last one? Let's see. Going down this way. Here we go. Let's use the two-hander to break faster. Very nice. That's a lot of good gems. A lot of cash all at once. Good by itself. And quite a bit of gear. A single node. Oh, that's a Karak Ascension point. Let's take it. Let's keep an eye out for these a lot more often. Okay. I think we'll probably try to make it a Rito stable and I won't do too much more after that. At least that will not be the intention. Karak. We see smoke. I think we'll need a towing harness. Yeah, we'll tow him. Actually, no, we'll take the horse over here and then tow him.
Huh? Oh. 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 Huh?
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, that's why we probably should generally err on the side of the harness. I totally missed a Korok at the previous stable, though. Because every stable does seem to have one. These Korok pairs. Let's drag them in the snow. Ooh. I'll be right, I know, but your backpack can handle it. Yeah, we do see the fire fountain up there. Very prominent smoke signal coming from that. Whoops. Turn. Okay. Next. Yeah, and this actually was the cave I entered earlier. So we just missed the Korok because we were watching the cave instead. Anyway, let's head west. Let's follow the road. So far as there is one. Did we do the shrine? We didn't do the shrine, did we? We didn't do the shrine. Let's do the shrine. Okay. Change of plan. Courage to fall. Again, certainly hope this is not meant to be glider dependent. We got a weapon over here, that's fine, we'll smoke them quickly. Looks like a lot of ascension. Check for treasure chests. If possible. Not quite. Long shot anyway. Okay. Go down and kill him. Oh, he's got a shield. Okay, so this location here. That looks like it's openable from that side, but so is this. Did we trip something? The ball's in here. Let's wait here for a moment. Prominent location over here. Ascendable from below. It's already one of the more elaborate shrines we've encountered. This needs a key. We can lift the ball off the pedestal, but that will not do anything. Yet. So we're coming over here with a key. Also, this is somewhere in the center. Let's check this. A lot of verticality to this space that we don't really know how to engage with yet. Let's keep this in mind as an option. Continue to explore. Yeah, we came in through here. It actually does look potentially like the way to proceed. Okay, so we have a lift taking us up. And right, so we do need to take the ball over here, so let's see how we can do this. Because it's like it's kind of expecting you to take the glider and fall in. It is something we can do with shield surf, I think, but it would be a little bit inelegant. Because the idea is that we open that door up front. Yeah, I guess the eventual idea is to send the ball up here, but then why would it be that node as well? We'll see. Don't understand what this column is about. I mean, yeah, it gives you a peek at what's down below and what's ascendable. That might be its purpose. To show you just a lot, spatially speaking, is going on in the CD underbelly. Let's see, because here we are. We need to get out of here. It's one way. Looks like you were probably supposed to take the glider out to get back to the start. If we can find a way to do it without, we'll do it without, obviously. We have very few to manipulate here. We're just back here again, except there's that gap. Right now I'm just wondering if there's alternative to gliding across to get back out. should be. Spring shield is probably the best idea here. I think it's most promising. It doesn't work well. I have to figure out how to reset out of this. However, we're in a position now where we'll almost certainly trip this. Yeah. Fortunately, we can't get out, and we use the spring shield, which is not good. But we did open that. The problem is that we can't get out now. Unless we just take more deaths and reset. Maybe. Or we shield surf down here and then make a jump. Nope, doesn't work. Thanks. Finally chipped away at its durability ever so slightly. Or if we fall into the other side. Oh, we might be in a situation where... Oh, wait. Endplane. How do we unlock that? We need to unlock that by placing the orb here when the fan plane comes out. And then the fan plane is obviously on this track, we take it out. Now probably with the orb, so we get it over there. So yeah, orb has to come here first and we take it across. And the question is, how do we get the key? Because we would need that to continue. In order to get into the orb room. You apparently need the key. We need to take a death, we'll take a death, because, oh wait, we have fairies, we're absolutely loaded with fairies. So that won't even help. Maybe we're supposed to drop down below then. That in fact tells me I should drop down below. Yeah, that's correct. Small key. Okay, then we take the orb, then we complete the fan plane. That's correct. So given that, let's assume just a bit of food if we can. No, or we can just live without it. Whoops. Take something back upstairs. Yep, grab the orb, then we do understand the whole sequence from here, so. Yeah, we wasted a spring, we wasted a bit of durability, but we have more springs. tow for if we ever want to build that around our shields on the outside. So we do need to take that upstairs. So yeah, we actually should have taken that up instead of that. That's fine. Not difficult. We'll dock the orb here. Sail right on over. Did we get an optional chest here already? I feel like we might have missed it, but here's how we'll do it. Oh no, we scouted those positions above already. I think we're fine. I actually don't remember if we got an additional chest. I thought we did, but... yeah, so that's interesting. We never interacted with some of this in the first place. I guess the idea is that if you wanted to send the orb across separately, you can. But ultimately, you would need the airplane, so... that's just a bit of a failsafe. Anyway. Okay. Alright, let's head west. Leave the harness on for the time being. And just try to make it to the next plume of smoke, which probably will be the Rito's navel at some point. We'll find the ice clear some other time. I want to be better equipped for that anyway. So we have other gear pieces on. Cold resistance. And have the freedom to use the snow boots. Below that. Oh. Enemy fortress, actually. Well, it's not that disappointing, but not today. Let's take a look at this. as usual. We'll insert and we'll brace. It's probably fine as is. Check it. Quite forgivable. Another prominent snowball over there. I wonder if I can just crack it. Or melt it. Oh, come on. Stop it. Back here. Maybe I do need to deposit it in a particular location, but okay. It'll also just split. It's almost certainly a Korok puzzle. It doesn't seem to be respawning, so... back for it. Some other point, perhaps. Yeah. Constructs. Yeah, we'll fight them eventually, but... well, but I just kind of want to get to the exporter call, and I'll probably call it a stream from there. And we'll be around this territory quite a bit, so... particularly because we'll be heading to the ferries that we've discovered thus far, and at least get about 3 tiers worth of upgrades that we can. Depending on materials, of course, we've been selling things off like crazy lately, so... Geoglyph. To bend the village ruins. Alright, let's explore a bit. See if we can find the cutscene point. Let's see what this tells me. Getting closer to Rito Village, so stable shouldn't be too far off. We might get a good vantage point on top of this geoglyph once we have seen the cutscene. Now that we've been given the specific number as well as all locations. These should be relatively easy to fill. Not too many unknowns here.
As I thought. This is not the world I know.
More Zelda's
A time so far
introductory
back in the
path.
past, it's become legend. So it's true. This is really the era of Hyrule's founding?
Your presence here is just as strange to us, Zelda. But if you, like Sonia, have a secret stone and are able to manipulate time, then your story makes sense.
Oh? I believed her right away. You needed the secret stone as proof, Rauru? I can feel your light power within her, as well as my time power.
Many things about
Additionally,
Sonia.
I sense that we
Deeply
share
mysterious.
a blood connection.
I guess she's the ancestor. Yeah. Proto Zelda.
I see. In any case, Zelda, you had said that you needed to return to your era as soon as you possibly could.
Yes. In my time, something terrible is happening. I need to get back there. But how do I do that? I don't even know how I got here in the first place.
Now, Zelda dear, you don't need to solve your problems all at once. Why not come back with us to the castle, hmm?
No,
We'll tell everyone that you're a distant relative of ours. It is true, after all. We'll get you fresh clothes, too.
I believe this is right by what
I'm
would
sure
later be
an
the
answer
Shrine of
will come
Resurrection.
to you. Wisdom
Same
takes
kind of
time.
vantage point as he started Breath of the Wild.
I don't know what to say.
I wonder. Minoru. She may have some idea of how to get you back to your
Okay,
era.
so Minoru is not a character we've heard named yet.
you said?
Yes. She knows far more than anyone about our people. And like us, my older sister has a secret stone. We'll call on her.
Possibly she was her remaining unnamed sage. We shall see. Yeah, starting to assemble some of this in the suggested sequence. Anyway, let's get an advantage over here. That's the hut. That is a shrine we have not seen yet. Let's see there are additional signals. The hut is obviously one place to check, but if we get a little too sidetracked, we might not actually make it to the Rito stable just sitting, but we're beginning to see the faint outline of Dorito Village over here. So the shrine here. That is probably the one in conjunction with the former stable location, depending on how far down we go. Let's see what we're finally seeing. Some more signs of where to go, though. Anyway, shrine back here, too. Let's ride. went over there with some nice enemies. I think that was where the snowball challenge used to be, but I don't completely recall. Yeah, got a couple of encampments here too. That we had not yet ridden through. Probably should have stocked up more fire coming into this, but anyway, let's proceed. We're trying not to get into too many firefights. Let's skip the hut for now and come back for it. And then we'll be down by this path anyway. Oops. Let's go around. Back on the road. Not a bit compliant, so as long as we get on this, maybe avoid some incoming confrontations. Starts over here. Yeah, ordinarily I wouldn't skip over any of this, but I do kind of want to hit the next point at the moment. We'll have to come back here and investigate. Can make a relatively direct line to the former Rito's stable. This is this location. Look out. Look at camp. Let's see what they are. Again, we can come back here. Creature's different from anything you know. And yeah, it's dark. And we have brick caps. Plenty of them. Oh, okay. Let's eat something. Let's eat something cheap. You know we don't care about? Not really. But we can also come back for them. I guess we're coming back to explore the cave anyway, right? So. Yeah, because here, we'll just mark it. We'll come back for it. In fact, we'll get discovery experience on this too, just to make sure we have it firmly on the map. And we'll come back and deal with it later. Okay, Margarito's stable is right there. It has seen better days. Clover Gazette. Just taking over the place.
Ah. Ah. Oh. Ah. Oh.
Now that's interesting. The pine cones give you updrafts, which obviously we can't use.
Ah. Ah.
Also, let's switch hats. Oh, is he a delivery man? Delivery bird. Or is next in charge? I'm just so accustomed to the Rito post office from Wind Waker. I cheated the previous owner out of the place.
Oh.
Ah. Ah.
A mutually beneficial agreement, yeah. Sure, was very fair and equitable.
Ah.
Yeah, she knows who I am. Investigative journalist, can't be fooled.
Ah.
What brought me here is I need access to the Great Ferries. Please don't make me go to Lookout Landing first, that would be unkind.
Ah. Ah.
What's the incentive? Aha. Froggy armor. Oh. That's the anti-slip set. Very strong incentive.
Wah. Hey.
Very, very strong incentive.
Ah.
Huh.
Ah.
Visit every stable? Yep, we can do that. And hopefully that will get the ferries going. Guys are currently closed, yeah.
Ah. Ma.
Okay. That's fine. We can do it. But we will do it next time. Rather, we will start it next time. In the meantime... yeah, well, the shrines around here, we may or may not have a frozen well again. Given that this is no longer officially stable. And the bridge is out, but that's okay. There's nothing the vehicles can't solve. Shrine up there, that's something we can hit next time as well, so. Anyway, here we are. Rito Village. We'll likely want to hit as well just to make sure we get some cold resistance clothing going on. Yeah, lots of adventuring accomplished today. Starting with Hyrule Castle and later with Forgotten Temple, and then now we're all the way here. we'll see what to do next time as we continue the adventure. Also, yeah, I will want to put a replacement device on this, I'm sure, after burning a spring on it. But these things we'll consider when we resume. Likely tomorrow, if we keep up our daily pace. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see if it makes sense to drop our small and dwindling audience off for a raid. Regardless, until we meet again, have a great day ahead of you. Thanks again for coming by at any point in the stream. And above all, until we come back to the blizzard, goddamn well.